discussion on the table. They can have their own personal opinions about your personal life that has nothing to do with these trips or what you're doing when it comes to these experiments or like whatever you want to call them, right? I would not be addressing, no offense, certain things about your wife because that's nobody effing business. So those things I tell them just like celebrity shit, it's like tabloids, leave it out. I wouldn't even address that, hon, because you and your wife and your family deserve some privacy. But when it comes to everything else, the community stuff, I can understand you addressing that in every way and breaking it down because that's about this information. But your personal life, I wouldn't even answer those questions and tell them to, F off.
Yeah,
Just
I don't
kind
know
or you
why you
deserve it or your
were.
kids.
I don't know why you were, honestly, like, tonight, you were a champ, bro. Like, that was uncalled for on the other side.
Oh, was there
Yeah, but this
people
is yeah.
addressing
So
that way?
normally I don't. Yeah, but normally I don't, right? Like, I mean, yeah, you're
Yeah.
right, and I agree with you. But it's like, this is what's so twisted about the whole thing is that most people that make content, they don't even come in rooms like this. Like, they don't even come in here at
Yeah.
all, right? And it's because of that, right? But like I've always tried not to be like that. Like I don't like that vibe. I'm not like special or
Yeah.
something, so I like to just come hang out with everyone, kind of be in the trenches and like give you guys the inside scoop. And I try to be really transparent and answer people's
Mm.
questions or concerns and stuff like that. But it like totally backfires because then it's like when you do open up or you are honest about something, then they like just latch onto it and then come up with like 50 more narratives or 50 more questions. And so it's like this never ending,
Well, you can make it
insatiable
ending
longing
because
to
it's
get more.
not everyone's responsibility to know everything of your life. It's not, you don't have to give that out. People may want it.
Yeah.
You don't have to give it, love. Just don't listen. If you want to, I know we go back and forth about certain things about this, whatever's happened in these communities, but your life, right? Because you know what they could do online with your life and your jobs and everything. I've been through it too. It's not worth it. Don't even answer the damn questions. You don't deserve the ass to answer those questions. You don't owe it to anyone, Witsit. You don't. When it comes to these things that we're talking about, experiment, that's one thing. But your life, you don't owe anybody that explanation. End of story.
Yeah, I think you're
Okay,
right.
you just don't.
Well, and to be fair with this, I mean, I've actually stepped away for quite a bit, so like I came back tonight because like I was flirting with doing like a private stream for some of the Kobe people today and then start streaming. I'm gonna come back here soon. I
Yeah.
gotta start doing podcasts, stuff like that. But I just fully stepped away and I stepped away for a few different reasons. Like I was like kind of really metaphysically trying to assess everything. Like, what does the creator want me to do? Is there something jumbled up in this that's like a sign that I'm supposed to like step away from doing this in general, right? Like I don't know, I was just like stepping back and watching everything unfold and kind of like just detaching from it. So yeah, because there's a lot of stuff being said and all of it lacks context. Almost all of it's just slander. And it's like, I know the creator knows the truth, right? Like there's the saying that a lie travels halfway around the world before the truth puts its shoes on. Like the truth is always the last thing standing and time is truth's best friend or whatever. So like I know the truth. And then there's the question of like, do I go and correct the record or do I not? Right. And I don't know. It maybe debates both ways, but I fully step back. Now, then many people hit me up about this quote unquote presentation. And even Gio like mentioned the idea to me to ask me what I thought about it beforehand and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever, let them do it. It is my vote. I don't care. Because I'm like real pro free speech and stuff. And I think that stupid ideas uh, need to be shown in the light, like suppressing ideas is the worst thing you can do. It like gives them ostensible credibility. So anyway, long as rant wrapped up here is just that like, yeah, I'm trying to figure out everything in terms of like what direction do I go. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world. Obviously, we're getting hit with the Trump psyop now, and I like kind of predicted that a while back, and it looks like it's pretty clearly I was correct, right? I mean, you have second day Trump's coming out talking about using AI with mRNA vaccines to get cancer and setting up a digital tracking surveillance system and all this crazy stuff. Clearly, he's going to usher in technocracy under the guise of like the golden age. That's probably a pretty big deal, right? So I'm trying to decide what direction to go with in terms of what I prioritize. with my content or if I continue to do content, if I'm supposed to do something else. So I've just kind of been sitting back, you know what I'm saying? So I don't really even know. I don't really have an answer for anyone if people are wondering in terms of like when I'm coming back, if I'm coming back, what I'm going to do or whatever. Cause I'm like a real, like, let the creator show me kind of person. So we'll see how it goes. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think that any of these people deserve, like, all those questions Russell was asking me were totally out of line. But I know that obviously I could have said something about it, or I could have been like called for moderation. I was fine with it, right? But it's just like you know, frankly, like a lot of you guys, you don't deserve that. Like, like where did you get the entitlement to think that you get to like pepper me and my family with every possible personal question you can think of? And you know, I just think that's wild and lacks like self-awareness and integrity. But it's all good. We'll see. I don't think I can like abandon the community right now. I think that like we're like as a whole, it's kind of going through a lot. A lot of people have kind of shown their true colors, and it turns out we have a lot of like leaks in the boat that we maybe didn't see. Um, so I don't lean towards the idea of me stepping away, but I have considered it. And that's why I was laying out the bigger point to everyone, which is like, bro, if if I've considered that, I mean, damn, bro, you guys are gonna really push away other people because I'm like super desensitized. I think I handle that stuff like exceptionally well, and it doesn't phase me really much at all. If there's someone else that wants to come out and speak about it or already has a platform or whatever, like the behavior of the community as a whole the last month is such a deterrent to those people, bro. Like I don't think people realize it. Like people need to. You're not like better than everyone else because you found out that we're not flying through space. Like you're not better than people because of that. And yeah, okay, I know I'm kind of preaching, but people should try to I guess in closing, people should try to really consider empathy and try to see the other person and remember like just because we're on the internet, there are real people with real lives behind these voices. You know what I'm saying? And you may think that certainly if you're anonymous, whatever, there's really no accountability and screw it and you can poke it, but like there is accountability for everything, right? Like there's an etheric record of everything and the creator sees everything. So we should try to maybe be more compassionate in terms of like humanity and try to focus on empathy and be a little bit kinder to people and understand that you're pushing people away that would be great assets to the truth movement, even in terms of content creators when you act like that. And if your objective is to actually help wake people up and help people be pulled out of some of these major deceptions or to help our children that are being deceived and they're growing up in a world of deception, and we want to help the future generation break free of like the mental slavery that they're imposing on them, then your approach should be much more selfless, I think. People should really take this whole situation as an opportunity to recalibrate and kind of, you know, step back and view how they're kind of treating other people on the internet.
Can I ask you a question with like straight up, for the community as a whole too? I was part of trying to help plan tours, plan a university tour. And if you remember, sweetheart, going to during COVID times, right? Going to universities, we talked about doing, got shut down. Listen, I helped plan. I wish that I would have been involved somehow with some of the questions they'd asked. Somebody reached out to me. We could help you get donations. I could have did something with my friends and active sports who were part of the Global Light Tour too. Is there any way next time you guys plan something like this that you can reach out to someone like myself? Because when some of these things weren't being like your luggage, I would have went to like all extent for you Witsit to make sure you had more weight, more luggage. I would make phone call to phone call. I know you're busy. You got your life, your kids, this stuff going on, videos. But there are people in this community that could have helped you more. And I think it's a lack of we just didn't understand that. But you do have people like myself who could have been at home making these phone calls for you. So next time there's any kind of stuff like this, work, actives or anything, there are people like myself who are willing to help. If you guys just reach out, I will make phone call after phone call and make sure things are done for you guys. Planning stuff too is super important. Make sure money's there, right? That's super important before you go too, because I know you're never gonna get that money to get back home with someone to help you while you're on it. You know, so all these little things like that, I'd like to be involved if you need the help next time, so that there isn't these these questions or lack of things being done for you. That's all I'm saying. Please, guys, reach out to have some more help then.
Of course, I appreciate it. Duly noted. Yeah, this was weird, right? Like we didn't organize it, and
Right.
I didn't necessarily want to go, but then I felt like I kind of had to go. In a way, ironically, for the community that burned me at the stake afterwards. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I wasn't even sure it was gonna actually happen, and they were in charge of it, which is why I didn't really want to go, right? Because I was just kind of like, I guess, like at the mercy of them in a way. But yeah, I guess hindsight, you know. But yeah, going forward, I agree with you that we should get all hands on deck and stuff like that. Obviously, in hindsight, that would have been better.
Yeah. I'll reach out to my people too. You know, we can try to get Roxanne, all those people involved in part of the tour. I mean, I'm sure they would be willing to help me do certain things. You know what I mean? We just got so many people all over the world, Spain, everywhere that can help. Not just you, that has to pay like all on your shoulders. So I mean, these donations that we receive anonymously, we have so much beautiful help out here. We just gotta use it, exercise it. You know what I mean? But a lot of people don't realize we have it. Let's just like we do though, guys. We actually have a lot of help out here.
Well, I mean, and I mean, on the good point of this too, though, you guys did get basically about $80,000 trip, $40,000 each or 35, whatever it ended up being, so 70, 80,000. So I mean, that is a good amount of resources. Now, granted, like they might kind of sway a lot of the content, and then it did kind of create a bit of a whole process within the community in general. But I think you can tell, like in my viewpoint, that there's definitely a difference between a lot of folks who were just like, oh, okay, great, yeah, it's great to have more data and footage from there. Some were just like they already thought there was a 24-hour sun, or they never really said there wasn't, so it just kind of was like a puzzle piece, just kind of slotting into gear, like okay, and then continuing on. So when some people are like that, and then other people are having a totally different response, so yeah, I mean, there obviously is that dynamic going on. But I mean, I'm just saying on the good side, you guys did get like the actual trip done for in terms of that amount of money, which that is something in the world today, value and all of that. And yeah, maybe like it was a little bit earlier than we might have thought we would have had that footage or that verification. Like maybe we would have thought that would have been coming later, but it's good now, like to just do it all. I think at the end of the day, and like you said, if you guys didn't go, somebody else would have. So it's like to have you guys go, at least like many of us have known you guys for years and things like that. So it does help in that way rather than just some other people that we don't know in that way. So, but yeah, I mean, I think overall, like it was meant to be, and it has revealed a lot. Even like the idea of like the light shining, the light shines, the light of truth shines, and how that represents, and how either some people deflect it or go a different route, some people can see it, whatever that may be for etc. But yeah, so it's just kind of interesting of like this the glaring sun, and then how, because I think even the sun as a principle is connected to truth in certain ways, just like that golden strong kind of energy of the sun when it has that quality of truth as well, where it's just like this undying infinite source of energy, the way the truth is as well. So just a lot of the like correlations with that part of it. So yeah, I mean, whatever it's kind of like, whatever light it's shown and whatever energies, I think it's all meant to be, and it's all good in the process of it. At the same time, yeah, I mean, there's now going to be this group of kind of people that seem to be kind of saying this, and they're saying it about you guys. So in terms of it not being legit or whatever. So yeah, how to kind of navigate that there's now that kind of thing where even to the point where some of them are like equating it to the moon landing. It's like what? So yeah, I mean, now there's kind of that going on. And then I guess yeah, so just all of that component, but all those components. So yeah, I mean, it's a process that unfolded. I think it was meant to be. It's good to know more about the realm in general, to have more data and more information. And it's really been like the last thing I'll say, it's been like a litmus test, it seems as well. Like a real test of just character, of integrity, in all kinds of ways, and not even making anyone that targeted at any one person, just saying in general, just because of the way it went down and just how people receive information, even if they're inconclusive. Like, do they just stay calm and kind of scratch their chin and say, let's keep waiting for this to unfold, or do they jump to things, or kind of what level of discernment do people have when new information is presented? Because this is going to be the first lesson I'll say. This will be the first of many things in the future that are going to be, I think, very mind-blowing breakthroughs in many ways. Now, whether you say this one was or wasn't, well, you guys did a lot of firsts that have never been done in terms of getting sunspots, in terms of documenting the trip more thoroughly, things like this. So yeah, in that way. But I'm just saying, if this is just the beginning of many in the future, this is just like almost like a test, like a rumble of like, okay, wow, how did that go? Because things in the future, as more things are revealed, more tests are done, and more projects and more things unfold, I mean, this is going to be the first of many. So that will definitely kind of shape, how we move in the future and together, and how, people find the most productive ways moving forward.
Man, Gio, that was well said. And then Witsit, your whole deal, that was great. A good point for me to probably head off. But before I do, I want to say the amount of sharing in Earth Awakenings. I just want to say, I appreciate you, Gio, and the mods and everybody that shows up. Because really what I find the most powerful is when people can have different things in their mind or different beliefs, yet be friends and talk about it or wonder together. You know what I mean? Sometimes it gets toxic in here, but most of the time you got your locals that are just talking about different matters. So yeah, tonight was awesome. I'm gonna dip out, but thanks for making this available for people.
Yeah, for sure. Cheers, JT. Dude, that's awesome. So you're gonna try to get there to Union Glacier? That's cool. I heard that, man. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah. So what happened was on my Facebook feed, like on my personal Facebook feed, a girl said, well, the year was great. I was the race director for the 2024 Antarctic Ice Marathon. Like, and I was watching TFE, and I didn't know, I already knew this girl from my running background. Like, she used to run in the same shoes I ran in, and she's going to be the race director next year. And I've been messaging her, and I was like, you know what? I was talking to my wife. I was like, I would love to go do that, because I looked at the times and I could probably get top 5. I mean, there's a chance I could win it, but I got top 5, top 3, and I might wear like a flat earth clock shirt, and I don't know, I'll go down there and do a 24-hour camera, take some other footage and stuff, and just go see it for myself, have some fun. So I'm fundraising for it now.
Right on. Nice, dude. That'd be sweet to see more data and your experience with that. Does it pay anything out if you win, or is it not that kind of, is it more just like for the namesake of it?
Yeah, it's like 22,500 for entry, and you have to get yourself to Punta Arenas. All that you get is a flight from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, and food and lodging and back. So it's just a lot of money for just that. But I mean, it is a huge private jet, and I guess it's 8 hours of flying. I don't know. It's gonna be exciting if I can get the funds, but we'll see what the community wants to do.
Yeah. Nice, man. Right on. Well, yeah, dude, cheers. I always appreciate your input on all of these things. And yeah, there's a lot going on. And yeah, I think like moving forward, just especially the light of tonight, it is that question of, to what level do you give to some of these kind of energies? Yeah. And we have to talk about that moving forward too, just in general on the server, because yeah, I mean, if there's now going to be, well, anyways, just all those dynamics. I mean, not to go on a whole long thing, but yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, just man, just cheers and just much love. It's cool that you're gonna try to get there as well. And but yeah, always appreciate hearing your thoughts on all this, and we'll have to just kind of continue keeping our minds open and keeping kind of navigating together really in a certain way. So I just appreciate your kind of open-hearted flow with that as well, and just like being able to bring things in that are, in terms of like just kind of taking the best steps forward.
Yeah, man. Trying to. I mean, we're all people. Like what Witsit said, he is a person with. I mean, he's just a dude with a family. Yet he has. He's highly skilled at debate, and he knows the globe model better than most globers and flat Earth and all that. So he is a little bit of a superstar around these parts. But it's best if you don't look to him as like a god. Look at him like a friend. I mean, that's what he comes here for: is to visit, talk, discuss things, practice. The topics and stuff. And yeah, so that's it. Just love y'all, and I'll see you the next time around.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I can't take responsibility for what all these people are saying, but I can take responsibility for bringing this mess to what it was, and I do take responsibility for that, and I'll be more careful with what I guess associate with a little bit and what I bring to the table.
Nice, good work. All right, peace.
Much love, brother, and salute to you, bro, for saying that.
Salute.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing I would just, well, yeah, I think just moving forward, it's like, yeah, I mean, there's like this energy just kind of saying with all of this, with the whole TFE thing in general, where there is still like on occasion, it's like somebody will come in to the live stream. And there was like a guy the other day, and he was just completely saying like it's all fake, and it does create this kind of dynamic. So it's like that's already going to be happening, but yeah, when it comes even more so to like all of this other kind of scrutiny, it is kind of like a little bit of a different territory because there's just so much energy put on that, at least from those individuals. So yeah, I mean, whatever other last thought, thoughts people have, because I know this is like a whole factor of it too, but just in terms of like, I think you should be able to be in the community, sharing your thoughts or whoever without necessarily just having to be attacked. So that's the thing. It's like if the attackers, in a way, whoever, like in a way, if they have some agenda to kind of like push you away or to push whoever away, whoever they're. Now, it's one thing to have an opinion or to have a critique or to have commentary on their opinion of, oh, they think this might be going on or that. But it's another thing to kind of have this like hornet's nest kind of style, And that's why I was bringing in like the paparazzi kind of link to it. So, yeah, it's kind of a fine line of like how, because, yeah, I mean, you should be able to, be in the community, share new ideas or new thoughts or whatever it may be without necessarily always having to confront, in some kind of lawyer case, these people's sort of, whatever it may be, their critiques or their ideas. And in the same way that like I was saying before, like Brad Pitt or just whoever, they don't have to stop on the street and answer every question. And I'm not saying you're Brad Pitt. I'm just saying in general, you guys that went on the trip and stuff like that. So that's kind of the question in my mind a little bit, is like how proceeding in that way. But I'm sure we can, yeah, just kind of figure that out. But I'm just saying, if anyone's goal would be to like harass someone to where they leave the whole thing or they stop coming around because they want to stop the truth in some way, whether they consciously or unconsciously, I would just kind of always be bummed if that was ever to happen, So I'm just saying in general, like I'm always opting for navigating in the best way possible that we can so that that doesn't happen. Because yeah, I mean, in some cases, like if that's someone's goal, to kind of like, I think even like MC Toon said that to you one time. He's like, oh, he said he was gonna like bully you off the internet or something. Not to even bring up his name, but I'm just saying, yeah, he said that once, like trying to like kind of, yeah, and just doing so much of that. And that's sad that that's even a thing, but I guess that's kind of like in terms of like the resistance that anyone speaking truth is going to get. So in some ways, I guess that's how that can sometimes happen. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's just all about, like I mentioned before, just lastly, I'll just say just the boundaries. And, and that's a whole question everyone has to ask themselves, and having just like clear boundaries of what you're engaging with and all that. And so as a community, especially like on here where it is open generally to where, it is open in that way. But at the same time, like, yeah, there's just that thing of like, you should be able to be in the community and not necessarily just always be jumped on in that way. So then that's the question of moderating. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll move together and gracefully and figure it out as we go, and whatever unfolds in that way, whatever's needed, just to move forward in a healthy way. Because yeah, it's kind of a whole thing now where like if these people think that you're like as big of a liar as like the moon landing people or something, that's pretty like intense. So yeah, now that that's a kind of a thing. Sorry, no, that was a lot. I'll pass the mic.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that's kind of why it freaked Kai out too, Um, yeah, and it's like that's a part of it. That's a major part of it where it's like I wouldn't want to step away where like some of these people like that would think they won. But I also would never just make a decision based on that. Like I wouldn't choose to not step away because some people would think that they beat me or won or something. Because that's like pride and ego. But yeah, like obviously, I remember FTFE made the promise like last year that he was gonna run me off the internet and have me shut everything down and run away by the end of the year. And he may have said that 2023 actually. and then McToon said stuff like that. And so if I actually like, if I we go to TFE and then Jaren just like, you know, slips around or whatever, and then like I stepped away, I could really take that and run with it, like they
You mean
won.
you mean
it's a
like stepping
huge-
away from making content in general?
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, they're gonna do that anyway because that is the inevitable nature of the global control scheme.
yeah.
Like
But
on some level.
what's so funny about this whole thing is people don't really know, but I got talked into making content, and I rejected it pretty adamantly at first, and then Bob was able to like talk me into the idea of coming on the show as a guest, and I was like, okay, I mean, I guess I can do that. And then before the show even aired or we even did it, he asked me if I wanted to be a permanent panel member, and I'm like, so then I'm like, okay, whatever, if I guess I could try that out. It's like once a week for a couple hours, that sounds all right. And then of course he was like, well, you gotta make content now, you gotta do your own channel, and then I had other people saying that. And it just was never my thing, bro. Like I think it's cool if I can go in a room and like go just kind of chill in the corner, throw up my hood or something. Like just not really my vibe. I mean, I know people may not would think that because I'm like I can come across really confident at times and whatever, but it's just funny. Like the whole thing is funny because I got talked into it. Now I've kind of like made my bed in a way in terms of like my life, like the impact on my life, like certainly professionally. Um, so yeah, like it's just funny. And I've told quite a few people, like even in this room, I've explained to them that I thought that if I really tried to like push the gas down and tried to like get bigger, I could have done that already in the last year. And I was telling people I felt like that was going to happen. Um, and that this was maybe the calm before the storm, and I was trying to savor it. And so then, the last couple weeks or so, I've kind of been like, should I maybe just like kind of slip out the back, Uh, not that I would never do anything, just that like it's just not like I don't like do it anymore. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, cause so like honestly, in a way, like selfishly, I'm tempted to do that. I mean, contrary to some of the narratives that people like Rusted say, like this doesn't make me a ton of money or anything. It's detrimental in that sense. In pretty much every conceivable way, time and like I said, like other opportunities uh, are probably gone forever because of it, right? Like imagine if I wanted to be so something that I've had some success in is being a sales rep. It's even like what my dad does. That I can be pretty convincing. And that's a pretty good profession, certainly if you're selling something that's legit and you believe in it and it's like an actual good product that can help people out and you believe in it and therefore can sell it and whatever. So you feel like you're actually helping people out and it has no real limit because it's like based on how well you do. So if you have like commission and you get bonuses, it's like can be a very profitable line of work. Well, you're like publicly representing the company, right? Like your identity is tied to that company. Uh, and so you're going to be really hard pressed to find like many reputable, bigger companies that would be cool with having like one of their sales reps that kind of goes out on behalf of them uh, to just be all over the internet talking about quote unquote conspiracies. It just isn't really conducive with, I mean, you're alienating the target audience that way in a way. So I think that ship's kind of already sailed anyway. Um, so yeah, I guess long story short, what I'm trying to say is, ironically, I guess I have to fight this temptation to do that, especially with this idea of me being on like Candace Owens and these other shows. Um, yeah, like I don't know, and I
You're
just saying it, I feel like I shouldn't do it, right? 'Cause I feel like I'd be running away, like, right before I knew it would, like, start getting bigger. If I, like, ran away, that would be kinda, like, gay and weak or whatever, but, there's no winning, obviously, because if I do go out and, like, try to work really hard and, like, really make myself successful and make the channel big and get as well known as possible, then it's like, "Oh, agent confirmed, it happened after TFE and da da da." But whatever. So I've just been stepping back, trying to think about everything, just watch everything, kind of detach, and we'll see what happens.
Well, yeah, I mean, people are always gonna say what they're gonna say in terms of detractors. That's why I brought up earlier, like with any like famous like musician or Hollywood actor or anything like that. But even just take musician, there's always going to be people that are going to be, saying like, oh, the latest album was terrible or whatever. So there's always going to be someone out there that's going to say one thing or another. Um, but yeah, I mean, you obviously just whatever is right for you at whatever stage in that way. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, yeah, it's interesting hearing you, yeah, share about that. Because yeah, it is a deep thing in life, like what your like true passions are, and how those even change at times, or they can kind of come up like a wave pattern where you can have some interest or some energy that just things in general can go in waves, like the idea of multiple cymatic waves of our lives in just different ways. So yeah, I mean, like wherever that river is flowing for you, obviously your life versus mine or anyone else's, that we have our own kind of flows in those ways. So, um, yeah, I mean, interesting. Just yeah, to kind of hear you reflect on some of that, and yeah, just kind of moving
Yeah.
forward in those ways. I mean, there's a lot going on for sure, and a lot to focus on. I
Yeah.
mean, if you want to continue the road you're on, though, yeah, I mean, you certainly could. You certainly could expand it. I mean, you could continue just to follow the momentum if that was your choice.
There's so many. Things at play right now. So yeah, I'm just trying to. I mean, I'll be honest. So like, you brought up like music's like a good example. You notice that a lot of times people's music ends up not being as good over time. And it's because like the industry like sucks the life out of them. It like sucks the like creative spark out of them. And it becomes this like job. And um, you can like be really comfortable within yourself and not worry about other people, but like anyone telling you it has no effect is lying.
Oh yeah,
Because
dude.
like it does.
Well, let me just jump in for 2 quick seconds. I'll try to make it quick, but dude, my favorite band, the band Fish, like Phish. I love that band and it followed. So, dude, they were like on tour, 1995, 96, 97, just year after year, just, like over like 100 shows a year, just like summer tour, fall tour. And they ended up getting this whole kind of entourage, I mean, they're making a lot of money. Now they got a whole crew. They got, they're paying family members to do jobs and they have this whole thing. And then once it reached like the year 2000, they literally took a break. They took like a hiatus because they were saying that like they didn't want to become like caricatures of themselves. Like they started to feel like it was just like this routine and everyone's getting paid and then it's like that's not really what it was about originally for them. Like originally it was about the music and the excitement, now all of a sudden it's kind of this entire kind of like you said, it kind of like can suck the creativity out of it because now there's all these expectations. People expect you to show up and play another tour, and it's like, So anyway, so they actually kind of took a break and all that. But anyway, it just taps in right to what you were saying there, yeah, of how that can happen in certain ways.
Yeah, it totally happens. It happens to most people. Like if you look at like even rappers, like I like rap. I just dislike most rap, but like I think it's one of the purest forms of poetry. It can be. And if you look at some people when they're like coming up, they'll say like it can be a very beautiful art form in my opinion, because it can be like very efficient storytelling and stuff like that. And you have no real limit with what instruments can be used or whatever. And you can just see like the soul leave these people over time, and they'll tell an entire story. Like even someone that I think is very good, like J. Cole. Like if you look at J. Cole's original stuff, um, like early on, J. Cole was like telling you a story and like and painting a picture and like coming from the soul, and he still does that to some extent, but not really. I don't listen to that much now, to be honest. But oh, I cut out. Yeah, but I'm saying like you start to feel like a character or a puppet. There's really no way around that because that's kind of what it is. Like you turn into that. It's like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you say this? We expect you to do this. Where were you at here? What about this? Okay, well then here I have this list of things you need to answer for. Why do you do this? Why aren't you like this? And it's like there's this assumption that you owe them something, right? In this weird like parasocial dynamic where like they like you owe them. It's certainly weird in the flat earth world where they act like you're like a millionaire or something and like, well, you're a millionaire because you owe your fans. And it's like, no, we're not. We're not a millionaire. Like, what are you talking about? Like we're poor. So anyway, it sucks because like say with music, a lot of people get into music because they love it, right? Like it's this pure form of expression. Like even rap can be like that. That's why I used to like to rap was because I felt like it was so therapeutic for me. So I would just do it by myself or I would do it with my friends, but it was like very therapeutic and I would actually feel better afterwards. Um, but if I were to start like making music, I can see that that would suck and it would change. And so this is the same way for me. Like when I started doing all this, I was like so I was like so fascinated by the ether and the history of it and electrical field theory, right? So like the dielectric and the magnetic and kind of like just the way that that magnetism works. I was like so fascinated. I was like, it's the key, it's the secret to like how the universe works, and it's been hidden from us, you know. And it's very exciting because it's as though it had not been fully figured out because it had been so stifled or whatever. And so like I was like
Dude, I bet you
obsessed
could
with
do
it.
like a 50 episode run on magnetism. That would
I
be
could
that'd be
absolutely.
amazing.
Yeah, absolutely could.
Uh,
And I was like, I would do these rants, dude, on lives on Facebook. Um, and I was just so passionate about it, you know, and I was just like, because I just like loved it and whatever. I even kind of enjoyed the like uh competition aspect of it intellectually in terms of people really trying to like pretend like confidently assert this like rigid mainstream pseudoscience version of magnetism and it's like wrong. And so like I just loved the whole thing and that's why I was so passionate and I would go really fast actually. Like I talk real fast and I get really into something. And that's what Bob saw and then Bob brought me on, whatever. And then from a meta, I was like, and still am really passionate in terms of like children. Like the idea that at a really young age, children are having their like mind like stolen. You know, it's so reprehensible to me, especially now, like having children. Like I could never imagine doing that to like Aaliyah. It's so beautiful to see her genuinely be curious and try to figure stuff out. And this idea that I would like come in and force her to think a certain way and like rip the imagination out of her and like it's just terrible. It's like evil. And yeah, I mean when it comes to
I know
cosmology,
it's like let me
it's
box in this
huge.
child's future. Yeah, it's like let me box in this child's mind. Ugh, it's dark.
And it's also just bad for society, right? Because it depletes innovation. Like it's just so bad. And cosmology is a huge part of that. You obviously have like evolution, the idea of like abiogenesis, and you have like the universe. Like he was interested in cosmology as a whole. Like, why are we here? Where are we? Like, what's the purpose? All that. Um, they just totally minimize like your existence by the way they portray to you what this place is at a young age. And you're literally just told that it's like a piece of dirt, like a speck of dust. And it just the universe couldn't care less about you. And so like I'm still very passionate about that, but like that's always been like my core motivation is this idea that we would find a way to break through to where not to proselytize the world or something was never my objective, but somehow to flip the paradigm where they they could no longer do that to children. Like they were forced to let children hear the other possibility, the other side of it. Like because just like letting the child know that that's another possibility, then they still have their like freedom. They still have like that spark, you know, like knowing, oh, but it's possible that we are really special and in the middle of everything or whatever. And so it sucks that that's truly my motivation, and to the point where I felt like the creator wanted me to do it and has led me to do all the things that I do or whatever in many ways. And it sucks to see that so tainted by people like just frankly so unappreciative of not just me, but like other people doing it. I have a lot of empathy for Jaren right now. Like I know everyone wants to like burn him at the stake or whatever, and I get
No,
it.
no,
And
don't
he's
do
kind of
it.
asking for it. He's
Right?
asking for
There
it,
you
right?
go. There you go.
But and like he's totally out of pocket. But
Yes.
it's like I do have empathy for him because I was
Can I
there
ask
with
why,
him.
like, sincerely? Why the empathy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because I was there with him in person. I saw it, and I
Mhm.
saw how like heavy it was on him and how big of a deal and how he felt like he had this like karmic responsibility to like come and tell everyone like I was wrong and like what
Yeah.
if like the way I told you the world works isn't true. And it was a
Yeah.
big deal for him because he was thinking about Maverick the whole time. Because like Maverick's
Mhm.
4, and so he's like, "How do I explain the world to Maverick? Like, how am I like, I can't." He was saying to me, he felt like he couldn't really tell Maverick, uh, he couldn't explain the world to him or how it worked,
Right.
being flat with this being kind of ripped out of it right now. Like, I obviously disagree with him, and I was never gonna show Aaliyah some model of flat Earth anyway, and I would
There
never
you
teach her
go.
to objectify the Earth. But like, I'm just saying, I can disagree
But
with
do you
him.
think that's where it kind of fell, to be honest with you? Like, what's it? Do you remember the days of back of 24, like when you first joined and everything, and you were over there? I remember those days where we couldn't talk about the sky. Like, we really, really couldn't do that too much. Like, it was still didn't matter. And there was no model, right? It was like big about you can't. There is no model. Don't talk about a
Yeah.
model. Then all of a sudden, there's just this. We had to model everything for them, and the fact that we stuck to a model. Oh, I'm not saying we, but in general, people, content creators, and it started going that way. That's where it kind of failed. It failed the
No,
community,
I
failed
agree. I
us.
agree. And I
Okay.
like I made it a point to never do that. Like in my debates, people would ask for a model, or they'd be like, "You have no flat Earth model," and I'd be like, "Yeah, dude,
Right.
she's 3 months pregnant." You know, like I would make a joke. Like I made a point to never like talk about a model, but and so I
Yeah.
think Jaren is fundamentally wrong. But
Hmm.
like I know him and he's my friend on a
Yeah.
personal level, and like I still have empathy for him. I know there's some mastermind deception going on.
Yeah.
He being true to himself, right? Like I believe again that he's wrong and misguided in the way that he's viewing everything, and that it's unwise and blah blah blah. And I told him all this to his
Do you
face.
think he just feels like a liar inside? I mean, because of what he's been saying in the model and all that, and it's against that. He doesn't have
I
an
don't think he feels
explanation.
like a liar because he
Yeah.
believed it, right? But I think
Right.
he feels like if he continued on,
Then he would
he would
be.
be a liar. Yeah.
Okay.
And so like
Yeah.
you have to understand if that's what he thinks,
Right.
ironically, it's actually noble that he doesn't continue on right now.
Continue.
Like that doesn't
Right.
mean that he has to do it the way he's doing it. Obviously, he
Yeah.
doesn't, and it's largely reactionary because a lot of
Hmm.
people he thought had his back, like how I really do have his back. Like if Jaren
Yeah.
becomes a full blown glober, like I still have his back. Like
I mean, to me, it sounds like a narrative. Like
I
Jaren
get
just
you.
kind of like trying to write his involvement off and the way he acted pretty traitorously to Flat Earth, and then he had no problem like coming and shitting on Flat Earthers. Meanwhile, him painting himself like he was this person who's promoted this model the entire time, and he was attached to
Right.
it in such an
I know.
emotional way. Like, I don't know. To me, that seems like just a way to write off his involvement.
Here,
I agree
I
with
gotta
you.
get
doing
in.
that. I mean, Jaren's
gotta
not
get
Yeah,
in.
doing
go
that.
ahead. Yeah.
Okay,
What's
I'll
up,
try
Mike?
not to yell too much, guys. I know it's later. So here's the thing. I know, Austin, you've been in this a long time, but before you came in, probably just before you came, just chill, Stacy, please. Before you came in, there was this huge thing 10 years ago between Jaren and like Red's rhetoric, for example. So if you can imagine yourself, just give you like a really good comparison. Like you've been through all of this stuff with Maktoon, for example. Now imagine there was an event in the future where you had a change of heart about your view on the earth. For whatever reason, you feel very similarly to Jaren. Now, would that mean that you personally go on Maktoon's channel and give him all of the respect of somebody who didn't do all those things to you?
No.
No, that's never going back, right? Well, this is just a perfect analogy as far as I can tell. Jaren's, as of today, went on Red's Rhetoric's show and gave him all of the juicy clips, all of the concession, and I'm sure there's Globers having they're having wet dreams over that conversation, right? And I just don't understand. I just don't understand where it's not narrative at that point. Where I know that you're trying to do right with your honor for, I guess, your friend, but I think like sometimes you just got to cut your losses because he's doing there's people out there who pay people to like kick them in the balls and stuff. Like you don't have
So
to
that's what
vouch for
that
those
was.
people. Like I just don't know what's happening with him, but it's like off the rails, and it does kind of scream like narrative at this point. And I just, for the sake of truth, I'm worried about you like associating with that, and the same way that like sitting here for like 3 hours and addressing someone as low as Rusted Soul, and those horrible arguments, like trying to salvage a friendship that is clearly going the other way at the stake of like your whole prerogative, seems somewhat counterintuitive is all.
Well, I will say I didn't know about that. I obviously haven't seen it, and I've largely not seen a lot of this stuff. I watched one of his streams, because Galatrax was streaming it, and it was like infuriating. I was like typing in Telegram to him while I was watching it based on what he was saying at the time. And yeah, it's awful, bro. I mean, look, I will just say right now, like I am not claiming to know that nothing happened. I'm not claiming to know there's no narrative involved. I'm not claiming. Now, that would mean I got set up pretty hard, right? Just going on the trip in general. If there was some like master plan this whole time, and it was a plan for Jaren to do that, then yeah, that would be crazy. That would mean there actually was like a major planned deception, and the way that they got me involved was with Jaren.
Yep.
And I mean, I have considered that.
Good.
I don't currently think that it's true, but like I said, I haven't watched a lot of stuff, right? Like I haven't seen the Red's rhetoric thing. I will also
Is
say
Jared
though,
defending
I'm
you at
not
all?
gonna like. I couldn't tell you, right? Because like I said, I'm
Yeah.
sure he
I mean, honey,
is.
you
But
defend him,
sure he is.
and I appreciate you doing that. You're being a friend, right? You're doing that, like you just said, even if it concerns complete Glover, no matter what, you're bringing there for him as a friend. But I don't see him being your friend right now. I don't see him trying to come to your defense or like helping you in any way, shape, or form, or any of us, right? He's kind of throwing us all under the damn bus and what he's doing. So just be careful
So
because I know you
I'm
want
sure
to
he's
defend him, but he ain't defending
collectivizing.
you, you know?
Well, I'm sure he's collectively throwing us under the bus, but
Right.
I would be very surprised if he was like publicly saying bad things about me personally. I'm sure he hasn't done
Right.
that. And he probably has like defended me, but
I hope so.
I don't know,
Yeah.
right? Like I don't know. Yeah, I don't who knows? But I think that
No,
even in
but
the
is he defending
scenario that
flat Earth
something
at all?
happened.
That's the
No,
problem.
no,
Let's
no,
like the
no,
videos
no.
I've
I
seen,
know.
he's
I agree
completely
with
just
you.
not
I
doing
agree with
shit to help. You know?
I agree with you, right? So that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. Like but I've reached out to him and told him, and I mean, largely, I didn't get a response really to it, you know.
Mhm.
So I mean, I'm in agreement. I think that what he's doing is not cool at all, and it also just doesn't even make sense on its face because
No.
it's like it just doesn't make sense, right? It's like if with the preponderance of evidence, as Bob would say, that doesn't just
Right.
all of a sudden. I mean, for you to just, how could one person ever just flip entirely and then be like, oh, well, I guess the opposite side of
Mhm.
everything else I knew to be true
Can you
must be
imagine?
true now.
Can you imagine going
Right.
on McToon's stream, like just in the near future, and giving him full credibility, full authority, submitting to their narrative, and just doing that, just going on his stream, private phone call, you and him going back and forth saying, "Oh, the Globe's great, Globe's good, my team sucks ass." Like, can you imagine that? Like after everything you've been through,
100%
this is
no.
kind of the relationship that Reds had with, I mean, many of us, but most personally, Jaron. At least that's narrative wise. I don't know, but and now he's going the other way on that, as if he owes Reds anything. Can you imagine owing Mattoon anything? This is what I'm talking about. It doesn't make sense. Like you said, it makes no sense on his face. And this is not the right
Yeah, that's
time
fair.
either.
No, it's not.
Well,
Yep.
that part's also very weird. Is what I was telling him in person was like for sure, it doesn't make any sense to like rush to saying something or doing something like I just
Yeah.
unwise. Like if you were now having some type of doubts about flat Earth, like it would just be unwise to publicly say it quickly because you're not really gonna be able to walk that back if you end up finding out you were wrong. Secondly, it's just like irresponsible in terms of the community, right? Like even if you were going to depart from it,
Mhm.
like it's a community that's like had your back, and just you shouldn't do that. You know, he said something to the effect of like, "Well, I don't really feel like I'm rushing per
Mm.
se because we've been thinking and talking about it for like the last year leading up to the trip from when it was first brought up." And so I do see what he's saying there, right? It's not like he just like,
Okay.
oh, let's go to Antarctica, popped over there, and then was like, oh, I see it. Okay. Oh,
But you
Earth's
haven't
not
released
flat.
your footage yet, right? Like let's step in with your contract and you're like, listen, they have to get permission to even put any of this stuff. Are you saying it's flat or even saying there's a 24-hour sun? Like you guys still have your rights to that, right? And Jaren does too.
Mhm.
So why am I seeing Jaren already on these news things and everything else, TV shit wise, already going, yep, it's 24-hour sun, guys. Basically, it's a globe. And there's nothing of talking about why it's flat, why he believes it's still flat. None of that shit, honey, that he came in and we all should be saying. This is what I don't understand because this is being
Wait,
released so
Jaren's going
quickly
on
from his ass.
shows.
He's being posted and his ass being talked about on a news thing I saw, what was it, like a week ago?
I know
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
yeah, because I know that, right? Because in the live stream, he gave
Yeah.
them what they wanted. But he told me he was
Mm-hmm.
not gonna go on like a little media tour thing, and that if
Mm.
people reached out to him, he was going to defer them to me. Now,
Yeah,
if he
right.
were
Okay.
to not do that, okay, well,
Okay.
have you seen him on really a bunch of really big shows doing a media tour?
Let me find it again where he was. I'm not saying it was big, but the fact to me, as soon as I saw it, I'm like, wow, this looks bad. I mean, honey, when I came
But
home
he was like
from
talking, like
Canada
he was a
to
guest on the
Indiana, it was
show.
horrible.
No, I think
Yeah.
it was only a clip. I think it was the Young Turks or something.
Yeah. Everybody at
Yeah, so
home's
that's
already
a little
seen the clip
different.
and talking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
little
Well,
Okay,
different.
so I'm just to
there
say what
is.
just to finish my thought here, like
Uh-huh.
if he were to like actually completely go back on that, the agreement that because we had that understanding beforehand, right?
Okay.
It was like, say we did see it or whatever, like we agreed like I would be the one that would go around and address it and lay
Right.
out the evidence for flat Earth and stuff like that. So if he
Right.
were to like flip on that and then do this like major media tour, like media rollout thing where he was going on everywhere being like, oh, well, I found out it's a globe, then yeah, I'd be like, okay, this is like total setup.
Yeah.
And then the other thing he could do, right, is like he has his own final cut or final edit rights with that
Okay.
documentary, right? So technically he could say, yeah, sure, put me in there, however.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can also see though that if he doesn't do either of those things, then that
Yeah.
actually leans more towards it not being like a very elaborate conspiracy or narrative, right? Because it's
Mhm.
like from what I saw, I understand like he isn't in some like compromised agent position. That's just not what I intuitively think at the moment.
I
But
get
he was
it.
like
It's
he
like,
was like getting mad at them, and he was like, "Screw them! I'm not just not going to be in the documentary at all. Like I'm not going to
Well,
be in it at all."
there is one clue though. I think it's kind of important here, and it's something I noticed right away after the trip ended. Is that I'm sure you're familiar with Matt Walsh, the "What Is a Woman?"
Yeah.
That guy.
uh-huh.
He does a little podcast, and in his podcast, he did a whole segment. I think it's like 15 minutes long about flat Earth and going to Antarctica and all this stuff, and he's just totally slandering our community, obviously. And in this podcast, he shows a clip of Jaron giving full concession on TFE's video. And right after showing that clip, instead of actually showing your part of the clip, which would have taken just as much time, he just simply paraphrases your quote
Yeah.
without all the other stuff. And it just made me think, like, wait a second, if you
And it
have total like
misrepresented you. It
right,
misrepresented you as well.
and if you had total control over like what footage gets out there and stuff like that, like maybe you could say, okay, this is a public channel, you could use the footage, whatever. Why did they choose to show and let people listen to Jaron's full thing and not you, if you both, you know what I mean? Like it
No.
just seemed
So that's a
really
live stream, right? So that's different, right? So like
no.
we
It was a recorded, like he releases it.
Well,
It appeared like they chose specifically to use his clip and then just paraphrase
oh, I know. What
yours
I'm saying to you
when
is
they
like the
could have
clips
just
are
shown
from.
the whole clip.
So what I'm saying is that those clips are from a live stream. So just to clarify, maybe
Oh,
you
okay.
aren't
Sure.
saying that. Yeah, like that we don't have final cut or editor. Like when we agree to broadcast live to the world, obviously it's fair use to everyone. And that's how they got us, right? Like we were delirious. I almost didn't go do it, but I was like, I knew that I went and kind of talked to Jaron, was like, like just we're not going to give them what they want here. And I went
But do
up
you
there
think
and
it's kind of
I
curious?
didn't.
They used his
Okay,
clip
so to
as
address
if
what
they
you're
had
good,
free
no,
reign
well, no,
and
because it's a
didn't use
live
you.
stream. They do have free reign. It's a live stream, and the reason I can think of why they would do that with nothing like layered going on, and that's just that Jaron gave them what they wanted, right? Like showing Jaron and what he said is perfect for kind of this idea or narrative they're trying to paint. Whereas they don't want you really knowing who I am. They don't want to show me saying it, and they can't reword it or make it sound wrong or misrepresentative. It's just me actually talking, right? So like just there on its face, it's like, oh well, this guy said exactly what we want him to say, and this other guy, he didn't. I mean, I'm like, this is a singular data point, but I mean, it's entirely independent of physical empirical measurements of the surface of the earth that show it's flat. I mean, like, what are they going to
That's
do
the
with that?
point. Which is, this is what I don't understand is even though I've sat here and thought this shit's sus, the stuff that's been going on, even though all this shit I'm not agreeing with, I still know what I know about the earth. It is not ever going to change my opinion. I ain't no glober. I would never turn to be a glober. So for me, someone like Jaron that I watch in this community, for me, I don't understand. I see no excuses, sus as hell, because the stuff that he knows, he's not dumb. has nothing to do, that sky, with the ground. So why the hell would he turn glober? This makes no sense, Witsit.
Well, he even told his whole audience that people like flat earthers who think that, it's flat because water remains level, were like dumb now. He didn't want to be associated with it.
I mean, there's no reason for this shit. None.
No, it's
I don't
totally out of
understand.
pocket.
I know one day you said to me, well, Stacey, what there is one, it's impossible. You explain it. I'm like, well, I can't explain it. Nobody can explain it right now. But the point is even if he can't explain it, you can't explain it, I can't explain it. We sure the hell can explain that it ain't curving the way they say. Has nothing to do with this guy. So the fact that he just kind of sold out, I'm sorry, it's a sellout. But does it say, oh, forget everything I know now and make us look ridiculous? Because that's what he's doing. No offense, but I care about this shit when we go out and talk about it. But when I went home and people that never want to talk about Discord or talk about Flat Earth are coming to me and kids and everything saying, well, Stacey, it's not flat. Everything you've been doing is a lie. They've done an impact. What Jaren's doing is fucking up shit hardcore for us to ever go out here on the streets and actually reach the people. Because this mindset that they've done now is fuck the world. A lot worse than we already were at. This isn't any
No,
good.
I
Anything
don't.
good for us,
I think actually, like with time, which has kind of always been my prediction. So, like months down the road, I think it will turn into something good. But I
hope.
agree that Jaren is throwing a huge wrench in the situation, right? Like if Jaren would at least just kind of bite his tongue and be like, at the least, be like, okay, after all this time invested, you know, just even how much the community's had my back as a whole. I think he feels like they really haven't, but in truth, they have, right? He's kind of focusing. I mean, he has been turned on by maybe more people than most, right? Like pretty much everyone, content creator wise, has turned on Jaren. Like a lot of them did, before all this. So I get why he feels like they didn't really have his back anyway, but there is obviously a large group of people that did have his back. I mean, he knows that. So you would think that just out of respect for them, even if you end up thinking, if he truly ends up thinking it was not flat, that he would like, out of respect for them, kind of chill. And so that's the part that is very frustrating. And it's like, I don't necessarily want to say feminine. Well, it's like, it's almost like
I'm a
feminine, right? Because
truther,
it's like
and it
super
makes himself
emotional.
look really ridiculous and not like a truther. Forget the community. Forget, no offense, you guys in this room. As an individual, I would never want to sit here going around believing something and then just I don't believe in that anymore now, just because I don't get it. It makes it to me. I just can't. I can't wrap my mind around it because it makes no sense. You just don't stop your
It's
belief
super
system because you see
emotional.
a 24-hour sun. You don't.
Well, unless you came to your belief system the wrong way, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's true. True.
yeah, and it does seem like that's clearly what is we now know, right? Like Jaren, and Jaren wasn't in these rooms. Like Jaren didn't like get in the trenches and debated and like, yeah,
Well, dude, he was
he
on
absolutely should.
Glowbusters. He arguably has access to a lot more information than we probably had in those discussions and all those creators and stuff, the research groups,
No, it's totally true that he should know the things. Like, don't get me wrong. Like,
I'm just surprised that he would kind of turn his back on all the stuff that I know he has reviewed. Dude, I have videos that he's deleted. Like I was watching one the other day where he was bringing forward such amazing arguments for flat Earth and for conspiracy, and then to hear him like be so reductionist and ass backwards today, just literally in the same few hours, I was like, I just didn't even sound. It's almost as if he's wiped his mind of any of the proofs just so that he doesn't have just so that he doesn't have to address it. It's just
yeah,
very
because
strange.
well, that's kind of what he said to me though. Is like, so if the 24-hour sun is such a big thing to him, it's like, because I was bringing that up to him. I'm like, okay, so like, what about all this other evidence, right? Like that doesn't just disappear. And he's like, I don't know. He's like, I don't know. I'll never be a Glober. I'm not gonna like start making the Glober arguments for that. I don't know. I mean, they do technically have answers. They have answers. He's like, I never thought the answers were right, but they do technically have answers for almost all those things. And I just can't understand the sun. And I'm like, dude, okay. And then I started talking to him about like the Earth measuring flat, and he started trying to break down this Home Depot thing to me. And I'm like,
Oh
All
no.
right, dude.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
bro.
Oh my God, help me.
Dude, have you heard about the Home Depots?
Well,
Yeah,
he says
bro.
if you
I'm
don't
like,
understand the Home Depot thing, you're a retard. And I'm like, oh my god.
I'm like, dude,
Wow.
no, you don't get what I'm saying. If you connect horizontal line segments, right, like on a globe, if you compare end to end, the Earth is going to be down below it. On a flat Earth, it's going to still be completely parallel to it, and it's like, but if you actually do it on the Earth and it's a giant ball, then it's going to just be the same. I'm like, no, it's going to be different because so it's like. Yeah, that was wild. But I'll just be honest, like think about this, right? Like if we've all just kind of he's been a flat earther, it's not like anyone is like really pressing him, trying to make sure he like has sharpened flat earth arguments. Ironically, people like FED were trying to do that in the worst way possible and like not even with the best arguments. But that's like kind of the only group. And this is what also is like so funny is Jaren is like in this weird backwards way, totally like vindicating FED's reprehensible behavior, where they've been like warning, hitting the warning bells or whatever about me and Jaren and saying we're not real flat earthers, beware of us, and we're globers and da da da. Clovers in disguise, and they don't, and then he comes and does this. It's like, now I haven't watched them to know that what they're doing is we told you so, right? Like we told you, we tried to warn you about Jaren, and it's the same way.
All right,
Witsit,
So
are
well,
you
he's
just
like
planning on doing
really making
something
my
now?
life more difficult.
Like soon? Like, is there anything that people have reached out to you for? Maybe like an actual news thing, anything where you can speak on your behalf and now just not go, hey, 24-hour sun, it must be a ball then. I mean, we need
Yeah.
someone to kind of fix this shit
I
some.
got lots of podcasts that are
Okay.
being tentatively scheduled, and I've held off on a decent amount of them because
Yeah.
so I was really wanting to do Candace Owens first, and that's kind of gotten pushed back a little bit more than I thought it would. I think that she had some unexpected thing with the French president, and that they actually sent a letter. Obviously, she's exposed. The French president's married to a dude that was like dating him when he was like 14, where he was sort of like pedophile, transgender, fake wife, whatever. And they actually sent a letter directly to her, and so that started like this whole thing to start the year, and delayed it. And so I thought I thought it would be the best thing to do would be to go on Candace Owens first. I've done a couple things that people may not have heard, but anyway, I'll reach out to Mark like tomorrow and see where that's at and start
Yeah.
scheduling things. But I've been sick since Antarctica, and not like
Mhm.
crazy sick or whatever. Just like every single morning I wake up, I have this like really crazy cough, and it like
Okay.
hurts. But the last like 5 days or last week or so, it's been like crazy, and the cough is
Yeah.
like I've tasted blood. Yeah,
Oh
so it's
God.
been like kind of crazy. Yeah.
What's
So
been going on with
that
a lot of
combined,
people with, and I'm trying to get to that conspiracy, but they're trying to push again with this whole, you know what? So just heads up, because everybody's, it's not just you, it's me, it's my friend, it's even like everybody I know is getting this. Like I get it in my lungs as well right now. I'm not tasting blood, but why can't hardly get it out of my lungs? It's deep. Like there's no reason. This is the second time I've been
yeah,
sick in a very short period of time too.
gotta get
yeah,
Strange.
there's like totally
some beef in
something in
you.
my lungs.
Some beef in me. I do
I,
need
You gotta
some
get some
beef.
beef.
oh, you mean some like raw rot
Well,
beef?
Yeah, you
I've
gotta
kind of
get
quit
some
eating
raw
meat
beef.
recently. That's why he's saying that.
You had some
I had
yesterday.
some
Oh,
meat yesterday. Yes, I finally did. I forced it in.
You need
Well,
the
great news
maggots.
is I heard there might be a Jaren versus Witsit debate on some very large platforms soon.
yeah,
So
Really?
maybe
right.
that'll happen.
Jaren's made it very clear he would never
He
do
said
that.
a lot of things though, Witsit, let's be fair.
Network.
Okay, well
Yo.
tell him cue it up, dude. I'll do it, and then we can shake hands afterwards. I don't
Well,
think he'd ever do
maybe
that.
somebody will pony up a few dollars for him. Maybe that'll make the decision.
So,
I'm sorry.
but yeah, anyway, that combined with kind of what I was explaining to you guys a second ago
Yeah.
about the whole like me stepping back and deciding what to do. I mean, honestly, I feel like it's obvious that I can't just like step away right now. Like if I ended up making the decision that I did want to overall, like I couldn't do it right now, because I would like be leaving everyone hanging, and I wouldn't do that. Certainly with like Jaren,
Well, yeah, but honey,
Jaren
listen,
doing
community
this.
ain't your. Listen, I know you feel like people are saying he's the face of, flat Earth. It's not your responsibility to go around and be the face of flat Earth. Witsit. Listen, you just got home from doing shit. Even though people are giving you shit, and even like myself has PR, you still have a family. You got kids, you got a wife, you got things that you got to handle, and I'm sure your wife wants you there too, and that love and all that. So, as much as you feel like you have to, you don't owe anybody anything when it comes to this. So, just making sure at the end of the day, even I'm giving you shit, sweetheart, you don't owe a shit. Okay, you
Yeah, but
did what you do.
I'm
You
just,
do what you do.
yeah,
You know.
just saying, like in terms of like what
Yeah.
is right or whatever. Like Jaren is completely kind of turned on us.
Yep.
And so if I were to just like completely step away, then
You got
I
your
don't know.
shit.
Just saying, a lot of people would be like, "Damn, bro, you totally left us hanging," and I wouldn't do that. Ironically, though, like so many people in that community are like have totally like tried to burn me at the stake. It's so funny because it's like, I mean, you guys are talking big,
We're
and then
trying to
after I
brand you
go on
with
all
it.
these if I go on all these
We're trying
big
to make you
shows
money.
and if I really lay out flat Earth really well and help kind of salvage this, you guys, even the haters, are gonna have be able to kind of exhale a sigh of relief. And if I don't, and we just all have to sit back perpetually watching Jaren, I mean, you know, let's just be real, it's not great. So,
I would like to
And I
see you
really am
actually get
joking
some
with,
sleep
right?
and get
yeah.
better.
I've actually gotten some sleep the last few days. I shouldn't be up right now.
I
Actually, I'm
think you
gonna go
should
to sleep.
brand a vape, sweetheart. I'm actually seriously joking with you at the same time as being serious. Like, it's so funny at the same time. Like, you can make money out this. Antarctic breath.
Yeah, I
Like, I
just
mean,
can't.
seriously, that's
I
cool.
could
Vape
never
it,
in good
vape it,
faith
and do
do that.
one. Why don't you do a line?
Yeah.
Like, you might as well
I
vape
just
on
could
this.
never in good faith promote a vape. They're bad. They're bad. They put
It's
all kinds of
hilarious,
chemicals in.
though. Come on. We should make,
No,
we
Kai
should
said
make
the
money
same
on this.
thing. Kai said I should have been sponsored by a vape before I went.
Exactly. That's what we said when we were doing it. We're trying to make you money, bro.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
funny. At
actually,
the end of the
I'd buy
day,
the
it's
Wit
happened.
vape.
Whatever.
I'd buy it.
I'd buy it
yeah.
too, is what I'm
Well, one
saying.
thing. Well, I
Yeah.
just want to say this real quick, just about Jaren and everything, just real quick, is
Yeah.
that it seems like part of what he's doing is saying like, hey, like I had this map, the AE map, the sun doesn't quite work in the way because of the 24-hour. Therefore, now we have no map. Oh no, emergency. Now there's no flat Earth, quote unquote, and all of that, or whatever it may be on that. But I was just I mean, the thing I've said as well before is that really like this, that's like more like going deeper into what is the real map of the Earth. Because we're told it's a globe, that AE map is one kind of a layout, one kind of a thing. But I mean, if Jaren is saying, okay, well, there's no map that fits this, there's no map that fits it. Well, yeah, because we've been lied to about what the Earth is. So why would it be expected that we would just have a map that you could type in on Google and just here it is? I mean, if they've done all this effort to do the globe deception in general, they're not just going to give you the map on Google.com. So I mean,
Bro.
it makes sense that we don't have it. So that's really the next deeper thing that needs to be unpacked with it, and that's more just like what's the next step of the journey rather than some kind of a writing it off the table.
I totally agree with you, honestly. And he would say, well, that we do know the general layout of the continents, and although you can kind of move them around, like they got to be kind of where they are because we travel between them, and we know how fast we can travel between them. And the sun was over Australia at the same time as this, and da da da. And so there's got to be something. I mean, there are limits to what it could be. That's what he would say, and I actually just disagree with most of that. I don't think we do have enough like evidence to be able to say that we do have a really good grasp of the layout of the continents. I totally disagree with that notion. I don't know why people think that. I mean, we get into the specifics. Like I did that in here somewhat recently. Eggshells was in here, and they learned very quickly that they couldn't back up that assumption. So I disagree with that, but yeah, I mean, I put that in the "Why Would They Lie" song. Ironically, it's like it's tragic every time the model's under attack. They're just them always asking where a map is. If they lied about the Earth, what are you even asking? Yeah, because it's just kind of stupid, actually. Like if they lied about the Earth, it's so ignorant to turn and be like, okay, well then what exactly is the whole Earth? It's like, what is wrong with you, bro? We just talked about how they lied about it. But
Have you thought about going? And this is going to sound crazy coming from me. I'm totally against mainstream, totally against production. I don't think they're ever usually for us. If they're there, they're going to always twist it and for their narrative. But since it's already been twisted so bad, since I'm already hearing, even like I said, these people that never talk flat are telling me that, oh God, we got to do something. Is there ability for us to hit mainstream? I'm not just saying just Candace Owens. I mean, Fox 59, CBS. Is there any way you can get on there?
only if you started it with someone like Candace Owens. That's why
Okay.
I was holding off her. I mean, that's my opinion. Unless they
If
know
I
you
get
were going to
you
come on
a
there and be like,
spot,
I
like if I was
discovered
to
flat
call,
Earth's wrong.
if I
What's
was to
that?
call around for you and get you a spot, if I could somehow get you on a news agency,
Yeah,
would you do it?
I would. Yeah, I would do it. I would do whatever. Yeah.
I'm not saying I
Yeah.
can, but if I was to try, I was just wondering if you would or
Yeah,
not.
I think we would. I think I would have to, right? Like you said,
Yeah.
the mainstream's already taken it and
Yeah.
run the narrative. So it's like, yeah, I would take
I mean, what they're going to
any
put on
shot.
you and say at this point, honey, it can't be any worse. It feels like than what Jaren's doing. It
Correct.
can't.
Yeah. So that's right. I would
That's
do
why I'm saying
because
it. You know what I mean?
even if he's just doing like a show with Red's rhetoric, if
Right.
the mainstream comes across someone and they're like, wait, this is interesting. I'm curious about this. Let me go look this guy up. They're gonna find him doing stuff like Red's rhetoric. And they're gonna be like, oh, so now I get what flat Earth is. It's just people that are confused. So it's very frustrating. But I'm gonna get out of here because Briggs pointed out the
You're
time.
okay.
But yeah, just so you guys know, obviously I'm also very frustrated. He's making my life very hard. I try to be a very loyal person though, on like a personal level. And as a content creator, I know how it goes. I know how it feels to be betrayed. Obviously, Jaren and I were both burned at the stake.
Yeah.
And like I get it. And people that you think have your back, they're doxing personal information, people trying to contact our wives, like
Yeah.
the kind of stuff that just like, you wouldn't do in front of me, let's just say. And like just I don't like it. I get it. I get why he's just pissed. People are talking reckless. And a lot of people are kind of betraying him because they're doing that to me. And so I think he's not handling it the right way. I think he's being emotional and reactionary. I think that he's intellectually wrong. I think as to if there's some giant plan, I don't think so, but it's definitely possible. I'm definitely open to the possibility of it, I
Yeah.
guess. I don't think that's the case, but maybe it is.
It's
I
you're opening
obviously
up
I
your
know a lot
mind
of you
to
guys think it
something,
is, but yeah.
So I appreciate you talking to me about it and let's get it out. And look, I seriously will buy a vape if you make one. So sponsor that shit out. Witsit,
No,
come on.
I'll make
And
Witsit
laugh
word
about
salad
yourself
dressing.
that, don't always take when someone's coming at you that will actually hate you or upset with you or like you're get Witsit. No, hon, you're gonna get a little slack even from me and people because this shit's so ridiculous. But we're not against you. I just don't want you to think that. So laugh it out a little bit. Like even when you see the vapes, fucking laugh with it. Like
Yeah, make like 500. and
have
sell
a
'em.
little bit fun with this a little bit too, because I know it's been a lot. Just don't take everything to heart, okay?
Yeah,
But
for
get
sure.
some
Much
sleep.
love.
Limited
Much love,
edition
All right.
wit vape.
sweetheart. Right?
All right, I
All
love
right,
you
brother. Good
guys.
talk. Have a good night,
Have a
man.
good one. Okay, what is
Should we move her all
Yes.
back? Boom.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Oh, they're all leaving Discord. Well, let's see where they're all going. Oh, they're all gone. Everybody left. Ding, 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 ding.
Don't worry, they'll be there.
No, we're just moving. Everybody's been moved back from the.
Are they? Oh, where are they going?
We're here.
We're right here.
Right here. Right. Okay. Damn, that's a crowded room, sir.
All right. So we lived through that, whatever that was.
It was a good event.
That
Where
all
did Witsit
happened.
go? I don't see him in here no more.
That's in the history books.
It was a great event.
Thank God.
Yeah.
I guess in some way it was kind of necessary, but that's fun. Yeah, thank you, Gio, for I guess allowing that to happen. It seems like a lot of people had some things to address.
Yeah. Well, like I said, they wanted to do it. They said they would keep it to the info. Obviously, it all just
We
went down.
we knew
north of
better.
there.
We
Yeah.
knew better.
But I mean, it is obviously at the same time, it is a thing that like it's not only them that think it, you know. So it does seem like even from hearing from just Sharon Witsit and other people too, just it is like a thing going on in the community in a way, you know. So if it was like just those few people, that'd be one thing, but maybe they're all going about it in their own ways, you know. But it obviously is like a thing though, in whatever fashion that, yeah, whether it's sort of 20%, 30%, whatever, that wasn't really that present before all this, it seems, you know. So it is kind of like a new territory almost, or sort of a new area of a phenomenon, as it were, that is occurring.
A new emerging pie chart.
What happened?
What do you mean?
What was addressed?
Witsit got exposed. That's what happened.
Did he though? Do you think so?
Did he? I don't know. Maybe a little bit.
Okay.
Did he get exposed, or are you just dreaming?
I don't know.
Yeah, because you also have to consider like your role in all this. You know what I'm saying? Because you're like now like jumping on a ship in which you're kind of like either think you're sailing to the you either think you're sailing to the promised land, or it's just completely sinking and headed for a cliff off the edge of the earth.
We're in a blimp.
Like pulling the machine gun out on people, you know, when there's already a limited number of people in this and we're all kind of know each other. So yeah, like doing any level of this is whenever someone like draws lines in the sand and is like, you're this, you're that, you know, like instead of just kind of letting things unfold. But I guess if that's what you really think is the case and you're kind of going out on that limb or whatever, or kind of asserting this kind of stuff.
Well, it could have been worse though, right? Like I imagined it could have been much worse, and yet it was, for the most part, controlled for a fairly sustained amount of time, you know, and a lot of different clogs in the pipe were kind of like, you know, kind of unclogged, I think, for a lot of people.
Which is important, and the earlier it is being facilitated for, the better, because the longer the clogs get stuck in there, the more dirty the filter gets, or well, it gets filtered in a sense. So you want to clean out and solve that problem before than later.
Yeah.
What did he get exposed for?
Or keeping, you just mean like keeping a flow of communication in these ways? At the least.
Exposed for too much love.
Should actually, I think the quite opposite, that one should actually facilitate for moments like that more often than not, because if paranoia and yeah, well, not meaning to create much labels, but if one is acting out of fear and assumptions and starting to make them manifest as real, I mean, yeah, good luck. It's not gonna go well for you going on the story train. So we should address those stories before they get assumed as not being just imagined anymore, but just imagined to be real as well, which is, you know, very unfortunate. So applause to you. I think it was a very good thing to still facilitate, although it's a dramatic event, and let the drama unfold itself. And yeah, you'll see. After all the attempted arrows have been shot, we can see more clearer what's gonna happen in the end. But it's a way to get there, and unfortunately, you might have to do a few more of these events.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. I would say that this was enough. I'll even go as far to say is I think Austin was kind of redeemed in this whole thing. What do you guys think? I think it was somewhat redeeming, for I mean, was it just me? I mean, I kind of felt like all of the points kind of fell flat. Like, let's be totally fair here. I think every single point just didn't actually fucking do shit. Just kind of sucked. All of them kind of sucked.
Well,
so
did you hear what he said?
This after conversation you guys are gonna have now is very much going to facilitate whether or not people are going to realize what happened or not. So if you're gonna make a joke out of this conversation that comes after he left, which is the integration of the conversation, then you might having to end up in another round of clarifications. But if this now, because this is also part of that conversation you had prior, Riggs. So you had an event, yeah, with Witsit. I've seen it. I know what the event is. And post event is still part of the event. It's the integration and the overview of the event.
Dude.
Yeah.
I don't. What was the point of saying any of that? Like you're literally saying you are a human being sitting in a computer chair, and there's many other people in the chat room, and it's all existentialism. I don't need to hear any of that. I said. Nothing you said added to the conversation, like at all.
What on earth, Riggs? That's not what I said.
It's just endless existential commentary. It doesn't add anything. This is why people have issue.
Dude,
I've told you privately. I'm telling you publicly. I can't tell you any other way. I'm done telling you.
I mean, he made sense. I don't know what you're talking about, Riggs. I mean, you were before he said something. You were like cheerleading for Witsit. So
I was asking a question.
No, you were saying he was being like redeemed or some shit.
I asked the question, am I just imagining things, or was Witsit entirely redeemed from all of the accusations and conspiracy?
I think I think the answer to that would depend on what you hold as being like the main thing, and maybe from like certain arguments, sure, but to me, not entirely.
Okay. Well, I mean, from my point of view, what did he say? What was suspicious?
He's like his supplements in his life coaching program. There's 33 in both of those. He said it was a coincidence.
Okay.
Fuck, you might as well freak out.
Well,
33.
okay.
Oh my god.
Here's like the main thing for me. One, like, yeah, he did kind of brush those things under the rug, but one thing that just kind of sticks out to me is his complete unwillingness to like see Jaren as any kind of like traitor until I pointed it out, and then he starts talking about.
I mean,
how, like,
I pointed it out.
Yeah, well, yeah, many people have pointed it out, but I mean, he started kind of like running with the narrative, like he was trying, like it seems like he was like trying to get us all on this page of being like, oh, respect him and Jaren as humans or as like people with feelings. And then he goes on to explain how like Jaren is like really attached to the model, but it sounds like he was just giving him an excuse for him to not criticize him. But he's willing, hold on, he's willing to attack other flat earthers who have been, you know, burned in this way by NASA, of like people faking stuff. He seems to not care about their feelings, but he cares about Jaren's feelings, who was willing to act traitorously and even go to a globe, who's potentially an agent. And to me, that is just like a line that, I don't know. To me, that's like really suspicious.
Well, it's one thing to change your position based on new evidence. I think that they've done a lot of things together, maybe business wise or content wise, right? Like Globebusters, and I'm sure they've met up and maybe stayed at each other's houses and whatnot. I don't know all of that, right? But it seemed to me he was making the case that Jaren is a friend, and he relates to him in fact in the sense that they're both content creators, and he can respect when somebody sees new evidence and has perhaps even a legitimate argument, like what am I going to tell my 4-year-old son about all of my activities in the earth and whatnot, right? Like that.
Well, I mean,
seems like it could be a fair argument, but if I'm being totally honest, knowing more of the story and the history, sounds like something that somebody would just use because it's a good argument, not because it's the argument. You know what I mean?
like for
Like I'm
which
more
part?
I'm following your sense of things in that regard. But
Yeah.
it doesn't mean
Yeah, it doesn't mean the Antarctica thing is fake.
doesn't mean the Antarctica thing is fake. It doesn't mean that he's lied about anything. And this is more to the point. Like I think everything took place tonight, as shitty as it was nothing but vindicating for him and his position, and all the people who saying otherwise about the Antarctica thing just look like actual clowns. And I hate to say it, like I love some of you guys, not all of you, but it just shows. To me, it just showed that there was a lot of lacking of discernment and a lack of character, like huge lack of character. Very, very embarrassing. That's just my take, but yeah.
Well, that's the way it has to roll sometimes.
I don't know. I think we could have done without it, but whatever.
Where do I find out how Witsit was exposed? I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Well, it's not that he was exposed per se, but people have been, questioning the whole TFE narrative in terms of, did they actually go to Antarctica? Or, like, was it all fake? And in my mind, it's like, I don't think they would have had to have faked going to Antarctica. I think that at most, they probably could have faked the 24-hour sun. Now, whether people actually have good proof of any of those things being fake has yet to be seen. In my opinion, but that's the angle that they were coming at from, that they could prove that it was fake with those things. So yeah, people were just kind of putting him on trial for that.
Okay, so nothing new.
Evidence is, yeah, pretty much.
Nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the TFE, endless TFE nonsense, in my opinion. There was a presentation on the TFE stuff, and he kind of swung in at the end and was able to take a bunch of bullets for whatever they wanted to throw at him.
Got it. I just think Jaren stopped smoking weed for a week, came back, smoked a big blunt, and freaked out.
No, he smoked blunts there.
No way.
Yep, it's on video. There's no law against marijuana in Antarctica. I
Was
checked.
he the first one to get high in Antarctica?
Nope.
Doubt
Nope.
it.
There's actually big grow operations there.
Oh.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Can you imagine?
Penguins get high every day. Oh man. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
obviously we don't have to keep talking about it, but I did just kind of, I think it's a good summary to say that, like, I mean, we've been arguing about that for the last month. Like that was embarrassing. Like, let's just drop it, you know?
yeah, I mean, it kind of does seem like to me that, like, at this point, there's a group of people who think it's real and that they went. There's a group of people that I guess think it's fake. There's maybe some that are on the fence, but that's kind of maybe a fairly small percentage of the on the fence. And it seems like people that think it's legit are not really in some huge thing of like it's going to be fake anytime for them soon. They've already looked at it and kind of evaluated it in various ways. And then it seems like the people that think it's fake are not really in the business to like be convinced it's real. So I don't know what you guys think, but it's like now there probably are people already shifting. Maybe at the beginning they thought it was fake, and now they're like, nah, it's not so much. So that may already be happening, but it just I don't know how much like fruitful, productive shit that would come from it. It's sort of like almost one of those topics that people have made up their minds in a way on already. But I don't know what you guys think, but it kind of seems to have a little bit of that. Like people have already kind of made some kind of fairly conclusion to where is it really some big thing that like a bunch of the community is going to have this great productivity by discussing it more and more. I mean, other than maybe for the some people that are maybe on the fence, which I know there's probably some, but I don't know what that number is, but kind of seems like it's laid out like that.
I got a question actually. I mean, it's similar but different topic. And we can totally skip it if you want to, but has anyone heard of this Bob not dying meme? Has anyone heard of this?
Yes.
Like
But,
what is the, like, how is there any evidence or any like theory or anything other than just I'm saying this thing?
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any evidence behind it, but I think the assertion is that because some of these people seemed like they popped up as controlled opposition in the flat earth movement, and then they of course did their thing and then would have wanted to make an exit, and so just dying conveniently would have been like a good way to, like, you stepped in, you played your part, and now you got an exit stage kind of thing. And so it seemed to me like a couple people that would be pointed at for that was that Mike guy or whatever, the one who did like the flat earth, what do you call it? Flight? Not the flight. What do you the rocket. They did like the man-made rocket.
Mad Mike,
Yeah,
right.
Mad Mike. And so
Yeah, I
I think
heard
that they're
he
kind of
might
like putting
be in jail or something.
Really?
Yeah, like he was stealing people's identity. Like Dan the Waterman told me some backstory. He was stealing people's like identities and stuff, and I think maybe he was trying to escape the law. I don't know. Dan says a lot of things, but I guess the reason I brought it up was like I mean, clearly this is something I talk about all the time. Is this this person's this person, fake death or interesting, like, and I totally presented his theory like this is what I think and this is the idea, and I flesh it out for people. But to just like out of pocket, no theory, no replacement character, just like to state it as it is, and I just can't imagine, like, and also in this community where we're like directly related to these people, associated rather, like I'm not associated to like, Chris Cornell, who's now this actor, or, whatever that, you know what I mean? Like those are totally separate. Or like this president is this president. And then I back it up with all kinds of backstory and comparisons, and I put a little bit of work into it, and I'll talk about it for a while. But just say like, "Oh, Bob, this," and with just total like nonsense behind it, it's just wild that somebody would say that out loud.
One example would be when people say Rob Skiba died of COVID. We know that's fake because COVID doesn't exist. So I'm not saying Bob, I support the Bob thing or anything like that, but I would say question everything.
Yeah, I'm willing to question it, but like,
wait, what did Bob die
just
from? Because I think I heard he also died from COVID. I'm not too sure though. I don't have my memory.
Impossible.
I don't have specifics on it.
Yeah, I don't know.
He
Like
had
the whole
a
thing.
heart issue. He had a
Oh.
heart issue. It was something with his heart.
Okay.
There was a name. I'd have to go look or remember the exact. I forget the technical name. It was like was it an enlarged heart that also led to like some kind of heart further? I forget the name of it off the top of my head. I'd have to go remember. But it was released like when it all happened. Like it was the one thing. It's like it is a known heart condition, and it is even a condition
people
that
could die
like
from that.
people. Well, some people that are large, like he was a large man, like just size wise, he was very tall, and he was like a giant in a way. I never met him in person, but I mean, I just know he was, and I don't really mean overweight, although he may have had some weight, but I'm just saying he was very tall, very large, and apparently the one heart condition he had is like known for people that are larger like that. That sometimes like they kind of seem to have almost because they're. Yeah, that's a whole discussion in and of itself. But like some people that have certain, things that are different from the norm, they have certain weaknesses in some cases and whatnot. So, anyways, I think the heart condition he had is also kind of known for when people are like, just kind of larger in body size like that it can be kind of prone to that. So that was just my understanding of when it happened, kind of the general thing of it. Is that it was kind of an underlying thing that he also like apparently didn't really go to a doctor for earlier, which even if he hadn't chosen to do the mainstream treatments, if he had gotten diagnosed with it earlier, he maybe could have been attentive to it. So then there was that part too. And he wasn't really a fan of like the whole big pharma thing, which obviously a lot of us understand that, not wanting to go to doctors and stuff. So, and he was kind of like sick for quite some time before. It's not like it was just out of the blue. Like he was kind of like he wasn't doing Glowbusters shows for several weeks, and Jaron would always have to say like, "Oh yeah, well Bob's not really with us," and stuff like that. So yeah, he was sick for some time, and I think at one of the conferences too, he kind of like passed out or something. There was something like that too. I forget the exact details, but so yeah, there were things that were happening that were already kind of under the surface with it, from my understanding of all of that. So it was kind of leading up. There was time before all that. And that's why they were saying they felt kind of bad because they were like, oh, should they have said something? Should they have tried to, pull him aside? And I mean, Jaron says he did say some things, but it's always one of those things, I guess, where you can think, to go back, like 2020 is hindsight when you think about it, you could have gone and done this or done that, but that maybe they could have done something that could have prevented that from happening. But I know that was a lot of the talk they had around it.
Right.
But either way, I mean,
no,
yeah,
I know people usually die from that kind of condition. I guess like the question would be whether he actually did die from that condition. But yeah, I guess unless
Cammy talked about she didn't say exactly who or exactly what, but she said, we know a lot of people in the truth community and they've reached out to multiple different people about alternative ways to treat that. And so, that was the direction they were going. I can see why Cammy didn't talk about it very much though.
yeah, I wasn't around for that whole era, so I don't really
Yeah,
know
nobody
how all
like
that
really
played
knew
out.
Bob was sick. And nobody like knew Bob was sick. Like we all just thought he was taking a hiatus or something like that. And he basically told everybody around him, I'm assuming, don't say I'm sick. Don't tell anything to anybody. Because it was pretty much just all of a sudden right towards the end there when he was getting real bad. That was when I think Cammy mentioned something saying Bob wasn't doing so good or whatever. And it wasn't long after that we got the news he was dead.
I mean, I can definitely see why people wouldn't believe it, but you know, because he was the guy that did the whole what Behind the Curve documentary, where he like allegedly used some kind of laser thing and then discovered it like that water curved or something. I don't remember the whole thing. So he was like another
There's
one
multiple
of those people that was
people
kind
in
of
this
like
chat. There's multiple people in this chat that know or say promote that people have changed their identities. So for us to question something like that is not really out of pocket, because there's people in this room that do that with celebrities, but I guess we can't do that with people in our own community.
No, you
I
can.
mean,
You can. There's a way to do that. And I'd say it's highly irresponsible to not have some sort of competing idea about what you're speaking about. So you have to speak about it in a certain way. Like when I talk about something, I will show examples, comparisons. I will compare different backstories, ages, family members, whatever
I agree.
the story is, right? Like I go over that. I will entertain any idea. I've entertained this Bob idea, no problem. But for someone to come out in a moment of emotion and being wrong about many different things and just say out of pocket, like, oh, I don't think Bob died. And you know that somebody did that in that moment just to piss someone off because she's done it before.
Oh yeah, it was the climax of the debate. They were both doing insults. So I
Yeah,
mean,
but do you understand what I'm saying by out of pocket then? It's the climax of trying to be insulting and offensive.
I mean, kind of.
oh yeah,
Using
she knew it
someone's
triggered
death
Witsit in the past.
I
with
don't really think
literally
it's
That
that.
no
she
information to support that. Do you not
insulting her
find that
multiple
to be?
times. She returned fire.
That's not.
I mean, to me, it's like no
So
different.
you're supporting my point then? Okay, argue
To-
for me. Go for it.
It makes me think of like the
No, I agree.
layers of like it's like well it's like inconsiderate in a way to go
But did
about it
Witsit insult her multiple times? Did Witsit not ad hom?
I was gonna say it's like inconsiderate accusations. That's what I was gonna say.
So Witsit ad homed. She may have took it to another level. She ad homed. He ad homed. I mean,
Did he?
who decides what? Yeah, he
Did he?
did for sure. Yes,
well,
What
he
did he
did.
say?
she had her
He
like
called
personal
people
feelings.
retarded, schizo, whatever he said. He called names. There was ad homs for sure.
Yeah, talking shit about somebody's dead homie is a different line, dog. It is for me at
Who
least.
who decides where the line is when two people are insulting?
I mean,
But that
in
was
my
a good
opinion,
question. I wanted to ask the dude that thought that about Bob or whatever, that it's possible that he faked his death. Okay, sure, I'll give you. We need
Who,
to
me?
question everything, but where do you personally draw the line on who you trust and who you don't trust?
I don't trust anybody.
All right, then there it is.
Well,
mean, I
yeah,
feel
if you
like
grow up with
trust.
bad family members, you learn not to. I don't trust whites, blacks, natives, East Indians. I don't trust my family. I don't trust men on the internet. I trust what I can see and verify and measure. I don't trust
The cabal's
sci-fi.
point is to try and make a low trust society. That's what'll destroy everything, is if we don't trust each other. Then it's fucking madness. The inmates are running the asylum then.
Well, I mean, on some level, that's kind of like the smart thing. Like, it's kind of something that you have to do because on some level, you do understand going out into the world that you're going to encounter many people with different beliefs, different ideas, and many people have their own rendition of what they think the truth is. And obviously, you can't just be quick to trust and receive anyone's claims as fact, but that doesn't mean you don't trust them completely or don't not trust them completely. Like, I think that there's a lot of people that I'm capable of trusting on some level, but then there are, of course, certain things that I wouldn't trust people on. Like, for example, if there's someone that I'm friends with and I don't think that they're like a good debater or something, then I'm not going to trust them to make a good argument for something that I believe in when they don't really know my argument, kind of thing, or like they don't know where I come from. So I wouldn't like. So in that sense, like if I had someone in my family that died, I wouldn't care if somebody was questioning whether they died, even if it was something that was like very, like, I don't know, heartfelt to me or close to me, because, or like even if they said anything like terrible about them dying, or you know, trying to offend me, because one, I would know that person is just trying to get under my skin, and two, my experience of the people in my life has nothing to do with them, and they can't really offend me on that.
Oh yeah, I had
No, I'm not
people
trying to.
yesterday. I told them
Go
that
ahead.
the people they thought the COVID didn't die, and they got offended. And then they said that's offensive, and I just said, well, don't bring it up in VC when I'm here.
Okay, but
I mean, the thing
your
about it that
argument. Go ahead, Gio.
no, good.
You're arguing that the classification of death is the argument, though, right? Like the status that they died from COVID. That's your argument. Not that there's not dead, right?
Exactly. There's
Okay,
no,
but
you
do you
can't
see how
verify.
that's? But do you see how that is? Um, it's not entirely clear communication. Doesn't really propose your argument, and it's a bit careless to say such a thing without clarity.
Well, here's the problem, because even if that were the case, the clear implication from like people's mind
I
is
was
just when they
asking
base.
him.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying that the reason why that is still a problem is because if these people like get the implication that their parent or like their whoever didn't die because of some COVID thing that they believe in, they're going to feel like it was preventable if only where people were doing something. So now they have to reject the idea that this person died from something that could have been preventable. And that's what bothers them. They're offended by the fact that they think that they could have prevented somebody's COVID death. And so you claiming they didn't die from COVID is kind of taking that away from them.
But the two people I was talking to were two females, and they were both double vaccinated at minimum, so they are fully on board with the vaccinations. So they got offended when I said COVID wasn't real.
I just wanted to
And
say the
yeah,
thing about, I was just thinking this in general. I hear you on that. Yeah, all that stuff. Well, I mean, I do think that there are things that can make you sick, whatever we would call a virus and so on. Like, I'm not saying viruses are what they tell us they are, but if you're saying those don't exist at all, whether they call it COVID or influenza, these different things that kill people all the time in hospitals. But nonetheless, we could get into that whole discussion if we want, but I'm just saying that's a whole thing in and of itself relating to that, and your viewpoint on that. However, I just want to say the thing about the faking the death thing. Imagine like one of your own family members that you love deeply and you have love, and let's say they passed away, you know, for some scenario. And then if you had someone else come up to you and was like, "Hey man, I think your brother faked his death," or your mother or your father, whoever it was, you know, your sibling, whoever, "I think they faked their death." The thing that kind of says now, okay, if you just say, "Hey, that's what I think," that's one thing. Like, okay, that guy has a theory. But if someone's like claiming it, like, boom, kind of pointing the finger, like he faked his death. The thing is, like, there's really no way around the idea that at that point, just by kind of making it somewhat accusational, like I said, it's one thing if you just shared your opinion, like, well, I happen to think that in a very gentle way. That's one thing. But if you're like pointing the finger at me, like they faked their death, the thing that it inevitably implies is that that person who, you know, let's just say from the perspective that they did die, it's like, okay, death came to their doorstep, as it were, like that deep thing that, you know, happens to humans when our body actually stops functioning, our heart stops. We're in our most vulnerable moment right before death. I mean, that's the thing, we're transitioning. You know, that whole sacred, intense, beautiful, profound process, somebody's just pointing their finger and saying that didn't happen. And it's one thing to have an opinion on it, but the thing is, by saying it didn't happen, now it implies that that person who quote unquote faked their death, I mean, basically, they're a liar. They're a complete like criminal almost. Like they're literally lying about something as sensitive as death. You know, like to be like, I didn't even die, and I'm fooling all these people, and they're like a death deceiver at that point. So that's a pretty big like accusation in and of itself. You know, that person would be like, yeah, it kind of takes their like righteousness as a human and the good things they live in their life and all that. It kind of just takes it and says, no, they're actually just a complete liar. You know, it's like stamping right on their forehead, like liar, you know, the whole, you know, that kind of vibe, you know, let alone that there's some kind of Illuminati shill or there's some underground secret cabal thing. So I'm just saying, like, that all goes along with it. And just imagine, like I said, just to put yourself in the shoes of it, imagine if someone you knew and loved, your mother, your brother, someone, you know, etc., really did die in a car accident or something. And then by people saying that, it's basically kind of publicly announcing, even though your brother, your whoever, your family member did really die, it's not making it say that they're a complete liar and that they're, you know, lying to everybody by faking their death or whatever. So, yeah, it's like almost impossible to separate those, you know, especially if someone's saying it in an accusational kind of way.
To me, I'd be unaffected. If somebody was like, "Oh, your dad didn't die when you were 15," I would just be like, "Whatever." It's just like a Glober saying level his curves, just like a Glober saying crazy stuff. I'd be unaffected. Crazy people say crazy things. I
No, I
wouldn't
hear
get
you.
triggered.
I hear you. But if you, okay. Yeah, but if you just write it off, I hear you. But if someone's saying it, you know, that implies that. I mean, you wouldn't feel the need to defend your father's, you know, honor if someone was saying that, or, you know, or your family member, whoever it was.
No, I'd just be like, whatever. Like, how do you know you were there? You weren't there. Like, people, like I said, people say crazy things all the time. So, I mean, it wouldn't, like I said, it was the heat of the moment. She said that he was insulting her. She was insulting him. And you're going to try to one up each other. So, like, I would say Bob probably died. I'm not even on her side on that situation. So,
But she was saying it as like a matter of fact that she did not even, I do not, she said it many times and I've never really like given it credence, but she really said it today in a moment of like presenting evidence. She's like, oh, and I don't even believe he died. Okay, but like, you can't say it like that. Like, you could
Well,
say that I suspect, or like, I'm not sure, or just, you can't say it like that. You like, if you say it like that, you better be fucking presenting something. You know what I mean? Like, if you say it like that,
well, I feel like they were
I
presenting something.
well, I guess
They were
you'd have to
presenting
ask.
that they didn't.
no, you
I mean,
present
not in the way
something
that you're
about that
saying.
claim.
Yeah.
You present like, oh, look, I don't think he died because, oh, look, we found him on a boat. I think this is him. And you know what? I found other photos, and there's this whole narrative that he was actually in the area when this took, like, you come out with, you say something like, just to say that and be like, well, I have this completely unfounded, offensive belief that I'm going to throw in your face in this very convenient moment. That is like, this is what wood chippers are for, is what I'm saying. Like, that's
No
fucked
way.
up.
I think that's like that's an extreme retaliation if you think that's that bad. I don't think it's nearly that bad. But I mean, like, if you just think about the idea, because the point is that she didn't believe that Bob died, or whatever the guy's name is.
Based on what?
And well, I guess
Completely
based on
unfounded. This
speculation,
is the
but
point.
then Witsit kind of freaked out on her.
Speculating
and
what?
He made like this huge emotional argument. So like immediately she probably felt like he's trying to like gatekeep what happened to Bob by like asserting that he was there, because think about it. If you think that guy's a shill, and you think that guy would have, and you have a reason that you would think that person would be lying to you about the nature of somebody in terms of, like, you know, were they actually a shill, then it would make, it's kind of like the whole Jewish thing, right? They have a vested interest in protecting their narrative, so they have a vested interest in acting out emotionally when people question the Holocaust.
I understand your point. Trust me. I've been in this position with these kinds of accusations. But I bring something. I tried to establish some sort of framework that it makes sense.
Yeah, but I
I've
just
never
don't see the
seen
difference.
anything valid brought forward. And trust me, I'd love to know. I'd love to know if that had any validity to it. But you can't just throw around the most offensive and unfounded without like something to work off of. And if you do bring it up, you talk about it in an appropriate way. Like, you know what?
Well,
These guys, these three guys, I don't trust these three guys. Mac Pahar, Bob, and who is the other guy?
Skiba.
Maybe there's another
It
guy,
makes
Skiba
me,
or some. You know,
makes me think of having etiquette. Just that one word, etiquette.
have something, have something. You know, because like if we're all disposable, guess what? You die tomorrow, and somebody comes online and says, "Yeah, this guy." You know what? Unsilent Storms, you know, the way he speaks, I'm pretty sure he has a vagina and he didn't die. He didn't die. Actually, Unsilent Storms is he's a whiny bitch and he's not dead, and fuck that guy. And we're just gonna keep repeating that. No evidence.
Yeah, I don't
How
care.
do you what do you think about that? You like
I
that?
mean, I've dealt with people like that growing up all the time, and it never like people like that never got on my nerves. Like not that they would make those kinds of claims, but yeah, I've dealt with people trying to make fun of me. I've dealt with people trying to do, a lot of shit like that. It doesn't get to me, so I guess like for me, it's an
All right.
easy
All
thing
right.
to
No, it's
brush
fine.
under the rug.
You don't have
but
to. I guess everybody reacts differently. I think that's what we discovered here today, and everybody has different etiquette.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
you
I
know,
do understand that it's something a lot of people take very personal, but I think the point that I was just trying to make is that she has a reason clearly why she thinks that was the thing.
what
And
reason?
well,
This is
she
what I
has,
asked for. Like,
yeah,
what
she
is
has
the reason?
presuppositions.
Like what?
Presuppositions. What, like thinking
I
that the
never
guy
got any
was an
answer
agent
from
or
her.
whatever.
I just,
Yeah.
it's just
There
entirely
was 5
unfounded
people
as far as I can tell.
time.
I mean, okay, do you think
No, because it was with the heat of the debate.
do you think Epstein killed himself? It's like kind of
I
like that
think,
thing.
okay, but Epstein can be shown to actually be an agent. He's
Yeah,
literally
so
like, there's so much on Epstein. I could literally put on like a multi day presentation on this server about Epstein, and then say, you know what, it would make sense if they got El Chapo out. They could have built a narrative where he came out and he didn't die. And I could actually show you the body of Epstein, the supposed body of Epstein, and show you where the nose and the face actually don't match with the body that they showed on the news and his body. And I would bring something to the table, and I wouldn't use it in some sort of inflammatory, like accusatory manner, as like some kind of tactic against somebody that has proven me to be a bitch.
well, I mean, okay, it's one thing to like go in and use it as like I get what you're saying with the whole like argument thing. Like I don't really think it's the appropriate way to approach something. Like I'm not saying that she was not in the wrong
I'll
for
take
doing
it.
that.
We can stop there. I'll take it.
Yeah.
We've gone too far with this. I'm sorry. I'll take it. Thank you.
Yeah, the simple breakdown is they were in a debate, it got heated, and people raised the stakes. And who decides where the line is? And then you muted her or kicked whatever it is, and then we moved on. Debate.
I didn't mute or kick
escalate.
anybody.
I didn't say you.
We really
but
didn't. By the way, really nobody was really muted or kicked. I think QOP was muted for like 5 seconds because, like, just in terms of moderation, he kept just demanding that he had to interrupt, and that was it. So he got like temporarily muted for a second, and then I looked, and it looks like he left the server. So I don't know why. I actually DM'd him, and I was like, "Hey, are I just sort of said, hey, are you leaving in the middle of your presentation?" And then I just noticed that he actually left the server on his own. So I mean, but he didn't write me back. He didn't really say anything. So I don't know whatever happened there. But I'm just saying he was muted for like a few seconds. Maybe Rusted Soul was muted for like 5 seconds here and there just for interruptions. But I'm just saying nobody really got kicked. Everyone was able to say their thing.
I agree. It was a fair conversation. The moderation was perfect. Like other like say like somebody jumped in, muted co-op, and he was asking for it, but in general, like it was pretty fair. So I have no issues with
Yeah,
that.
I agree. Actually, overall, there were some emotions, but yeah, you know what? For being a multi-hour shit fest, that was actually really well done. So I appreciate people were able to get it out. Everybody.
I mean, I feel like for some reason I kind of get the feeling that they're probably not gonna like care to do that again, that whole thing. But
Yeah, one thing I was going to say when I was going to join the stage was that like the anti-flat earther, anti-truthers aren't going away. So like you guys, like it's never going to go away.
Hey,
We're
let
gonna
the
be
truth
like it'll
stand on its own shoulders. I agree with you. But if it's not true, let it eat shit also.
I was listening. I gotta say a couple things.
Yeah, but
I gotta say a couple things. Okay.
there's not much
First
you're
of all,
going to show us that's ever going to get us to flip to believe it's real. So I mean, we're going to be here forever.
okay, so this explains a lot more. You have like an extreme bias for her, and that's what it is. Because this claim that we were just both equally attacking each other is such a just blatantly incorrect representation or characterization.
Did you add him at all?
Chill out, buddy.
Did you add
chill
him?
out, man. No, I don't think I even ad hom.
Did you add him at
No,
all?
what was my ad hom?
Oh.
Name one. Name one.
Okay, I'll go clip it.
Yeah,
I'll
so
go
you can't
clip
even
it.
name one.
no, I
Okay.
think he's referring to the
Yeah, you
past,
didn't-
like when you guys had your thing beforehand. I don't know if he was saying in
No,
that
no,
debate.
he's talking about this, and when she said Bob
No,
faked his death,
you,
name
you didn't
what
quite
ad
go
hom did
the
I say?
schizophrenic retard route, but you did
Well,
a
that's what you
couple.
said just
I
a
don't have
second
them on
ago. You
hand,
just
but I know
claimed
you
just
did.
a second ago. You claimed I called her a schizo and a retard. Just a second ago.
No, I didn't. No, I
Yes,
didn't. I
you
said
did.
you add-on.
No, you used those two specific
No, I
things
didn't.
as an example. You literally did. I'm listening to it on
Oh, I
Rumble.
just said now in the past, called it wasn't quite as bad as schizophrenic retard,
What was it? How are you going to
but you did add
compare?
on.
How are you comparing it when you can't even name what it was?
It wasn't as egregious as those other ones, no.
How do
But
you know
you
how
did add
egregious
on.
it was? How do you know how egregious it was if you don't even know what it was?
Well, he might just
Because
remember the
I maybe
idea
had
being
a
thrown
couple
out.
drinks.
Dude, you're also, dude, you used to argue on silent. Like you argue just to argue. So
What?
I want to know, yeah, you argue just to argue. Like your
What do you
conversation with
mean?
Rich right then, you're arguing just to argue. He may just remember the idea. No, he's just making stuff up. The claim, it's such a
Wait. How
disingenuous
is
and
that
bad.
arguing just to argue?
What? He's sitting here. He made a specific claim. He claimed I called her schizo and retarded. Now that I'm in here, he's
No,
walking
I
that back.
didn't.
Do you want to bet
No,
on
no,
it?
no.
No.
I said
You want
that he
wait,
was.
Northern, do you want to bet on it?
Yeah, I'll bet you that.
What do you want to bet?
I never said you called her a schizophrenic retard tonight.
Yes, you did. So whenever they were talking
You did?
about Bob,
No, I
yes,
did not.
I'm about to, yes, you did. So when they were talking about the Bob's death thing, you were like, it was in the heat of the moment. They were both ad homing each other back and forth. And actually, even then, Riggs asked you
Yep.
what specifically was said. And you said he was calling her like a schizo and retarded and all kinds of things. You absolutely did say that. I'm listening to it on Rumble because I was trying to go to sleep, but I keep
No.
coughing and can't go to sleep. And I've been listening to this conversation, and I just find it insane. She personally attacked me the entire time and has done so for 2 weeks. And I actually sat here and just like answered her questions while being interrogated in this as if she somehow owe her. She's entitled to ask me every conceivable question about me, my wife, my family, our personal finances, everything imaginable. I answered all of her questions. The only thing I said that you could even claim was remotely close to an ad hom was at the end of the conversation. I said, I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of weird how like obsessed you are with like every detail of my life. And it reminds me of Helga from Hey Arnold. And that isn't even an ad hom either. That's me literally using an analogy to make the point that it's like parasocial. And also, I only jump back in to defend the Bob thing. dude, there was a history where back in the day, she said, I know for a fact that Bob faked his death. And I was like, what? How could you know that for a fact? What are you talking? She said, I know he absolutely 100% faked his death. And actually, tonight, she also said, Bob faked his death as a definitive assertion multiple times. When she said that, I said, no, he didn't. That's a total lie. I saw him. I was the last person to see his body because Cammy called me the night that he died. And I drove up to the hospital and actually saw him. And she was then calling me a liar and saying, well, I don't care if you say that. You've been on InfoWars. You're an agent. You're not allowed on InfoWars unless you're an agent. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, dude, I saw Bob dead. He didn't fake his death. She just kept saying it. And then I described what happened and that I saw him and his tongue was actually hanging out. That is sad. And I think it's disgusting for you to throw all kinds of dirt and slander on someone that died and then claim that he didn't die and he faked his death. And then that's why she made the comment today about his tongue hanging out. She was like, Bob faked his death, his tongue hanging out, ha ha ha, which is just such a disgusting thing to do. And I also find it disingenuous when people are like, oh, that would totally unfaze me. That's totally not true. If a person that was really close to you that you cared about significantly died, and then you had people and you were the last person to physically see him dead, and he struggled as he died, and then you have some person running around claiming that he faked his death and then just slandering him as a person for 30 minutes after he's passed, claiming that he faked his death, lied to the world about his death. If you wouldn't defend his honor, then you don't have honor. So, I mean, it's crazy. I felt
No,
the need to come back
you
in
could
here,
tell
but
me
there were
right now
so
my
many
dad
lies
didn't
being
die,
said.
and I'm laughing. Oh.
Yeah, because it would totally not be the same context at all, right? No one, I don't know who you are. No one knows who your dad is. We're talking about an actual person that everyone knows who is being claimed to actually, everyone specifically knows who he is. And they're claiming that, so it's not a completely unrealistic, just insane claim. If someone claims something about your dad, you'd be like, you don't even know my dad. What are you talking? That's not the case with Bob, though, right? She's saying that Bob faked his death and lied to the world and was an agent put in place and then was basically pulled from the play. And that's a total lie because I saw him dead. And so it's not the same as your dad at all.
Could it be that in a video 10 months ago she said that and you reacted, and then she may have said it now again to try to get you to react again because in the heat of a debate?
In the heat of a debate, you pull up completely non sequitur, bad faith, disgusting personal attacks about someone who died that isn't involved in the conversation at all
Yeah.
to try to get them to react. That's not what debate is. That's what children do.
So it was calm, quiet. You were just calm, relaxed, and she was freaking out for no reason and just came out of nowhere with that. You didn't ad hom or nothing to
What a
incite
straw
that
man.
at all.
First of all, no, I didn't ad homer. That's why you can't even come up with one example. But no, it wasn't calm. It was pretty intense, and that's because
Okay.
she interrupted every person that tried to talk the entire time. And for the last 30 minutes, she would ask a question like it was some big gotcha, and then I began to answering it, and it became very clear that her big gotchas were all retarded. And as soon as I started to answer them, she started interrupting with another question where she had to actively be moderated, and she did that to everyone, including Geo and every other moderator. So the reason that it couldn't just be real calm was because she was just completely out of control, interrupting everyone the whole entire time.
But how much did you pay for your shoes?
No, did you record buying the shoes? You don't have shoes. I don't care what you
Yeah,
say. I'm
so
gonna
I
make a
could
video
go
saying you
clip
don't
it.
I
actually
don't
have
believe you
shoes.
have shoes. I think you just said they were $33.
Wait, I thought you were gonna go find an ad-hom. Why are you claiming so definitively and confidently that I said
Yeah,
ad-hom?
as if you look at the text, if you look at the text, Rakia was saying, "Oh, clip, clip, clip," as in she was clipping you, and I was typing ad hom as you were ad homming. So
Oh, so the fact that you texted in chat makes it real? Can you give an example? Because what I found out is that most
you want me
people
to
don't
go? You
even
want me
know
to go
what.
clip it?
Can you define ad
How
hom?
long are you gonna be
Can you
here?
define?
You want me to go clip
Can,
it?
can you define ad hom?
See, this is the point.
I'm saying, so like
That
you're
wasn't an
accusing
ad
me of
hom. I
doing
didn't mean that.
something.
Fine ad hom.
You're accusing me of
Calling
ad
names.
homing her.
Uh,
Calling names is not ad hom. That's what I'm saying. So if you don't know what it is, and that's the actual problem. An ad hom is if she made an argument, and as a way to
yeah.
avoid the argument, I personally attacked her instead.
So if you call her crazy, is that an ad hom?
If I just
Not
say she's
necessarily.
crazy back to her argument, then it would be. If I say, "Wow, you're crazy," da 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 da, addressing her argument, then no, it's not an ad hom.
Well, this is the problem because a lot of people here just in general throw out the term ad hom anytime someone says something as a personal attack. So they're just kind of making the conflation that anyone personally attacking anyone is an ad hom.
Correct. I can still man your argument in what you're saying, which is that it was a heated conversation at that point because there were a bunch of personal insults and name calling going on both sides. And even I would push back against even that though, because in reality, I could have been extremely mean to her and only toward because frankly and bluntly, everything she said was just completely wrong. It is by definition deluded. But I tried not to do that. I actually sat here and took egregious accusations, slander, and constant insults being interrogated by someone who was frantically deflecting to random other interrogative questions every time she got debunked instead of ever showing integrity and owning up to every one of her accusations being wrong. I just kept doing it. And I only did that so everyone could see that there was nothing to hide, right? I only came here to even listen to it for that purpose because I know that everything in their presentation is wrong because I was there, right? But towards the end, yes, when she made the comment about Bob, someone said that I freaked out and emotionally reacted. That isn't true either. Like at this point, I was just kind of laughing at her with like out being on the mic. But Redford Bear got really offended. Redford Bear called him out, and there was a couple people in the room all kind of unanimously like reacted to it, and I think Gio did as well. I didn't freak out emotionally. That's not true at all. Like Redford Bear did.
I said
Redford Bear
10
had
months
said,
ago you did. There's a video of you 10 months ago of you freaking out and calling her a schizophrenic retard, and you were very aggressive.
"Oh, so she's the victim." So she said that Bob faked his death. I actually initially responded very calmly and said, "What are you talking about? I saw Bob. He didn't fake his death." And then she said, "I don't care what you say. You're an agent. You were on InfoWars. And you guys don't see you see she's not a victim when she's just literally lying about people and slandering them. If someone then says something back to her, she's not a victim. I don't know what it's a borderline narcissistic to think that you can just say anything
I mean,
about
I don't
anyone
think anyone is claiming
and
she's a
that you're a
victim.
victim. Well,
Uh,
that's what's implied when you say you were being so mean to her.
no. I think that they're just saying that,
Yeah.
like, at one point she received some insults, so obviously she felt some kind of justification in doing it back.
But she wasn't doing it back. First of all, he had to
I mean,
deflect to the conversation a year ago or whatever. And what even happened there was that she was slandering Bob for like 30 minutes straight. And I actually just stayed off. I just stayed on mute. I knew that almost everything she was saying wasn't true. But then she went as far as to saying that he faked his death. And I called her out. And I'm like, dude, I saw him dead. And then she was saying, swearing up and down, she knows for a fact that he faked his death. And I literally saw him dead. So at one point, I said that she's schizophrenic. And yeah, I was just pissed because I got emotional because she's talking crazy about Bob, who is dead, like just throwing dirt on his name and lying about him. And then she claimed that he stole money with the balloon thing. When I know what actually happened was he pulled money out of his own pocket. And she claimed that he was a grifter, stole money all the time. And I know that isn't true at all. He was constantly giving people money behind the scenes. He was like known as the guy amongst the content creators that would pull out of his own retirement and savings to try to help people out in times of need and was super insistent that they not tell anyone that he helped him. But she, who doesn't know him at all, doesn't know anything about what actually happens behind the scenes, can run around claiming that he was super deceptive, a thief, and was stealing money from people. But in reality, he was like one of the most selfless people I know, constantly helped people out of his own savings and retirement, and then never asked for it in return, and insisted people kind of keep it just between them, that no one needed to know that they needed help. And so either you have integrity and you know that stuff like that is wrong and you just care about what's right, you stand up for people when they're being slandered and lied about and defamed, or you don't care, you don't have integrity. There's no gray area here. And that's why I'm glad this is happening, like the cleanse of flat earth, where people can't help but stick their neck out, and they're showing that they're heartless and like they lack empathy, and they just are completely fine with slander and just defamation, and that like once the lie they say about someone is exposed, they just skate right past it like it never happened. And I truly thought that that type of behavior was reserved for like anti-flat earthers, this small subsect of people that were like sadistic. I didn't realize it was so rampant within flat earth. But now I'm like, damn, I need to step back and be like, I guess you guys have just been doing that to the Globers, and I haven't really paid attention, right? Because this is not okay, and you guys should know. Like, there's moral retribution for stuff like this. Like, we live in a karmic world. Like there's like
Right.
an
So
etheric balance to everything.
you're the moral arbiter, essentially.
Nice straw man. When did I say that?
Well, if she believes it,
didn't.
she's not lying.
Dude, she knows she doesn't actually have evidence for what she's saying. She's carelessly throwing it around anyway, and actually admitted in the conversation tonight she does that on purpose, because that's how YouTube used to be. You just throw whatever you can at the wall about someone to see if it sticks, to create the drama online, because that's nostalgic for her. She admitted that
Straw
herself
man.
tonight. No, that's what she said.
Nope, that's not what she said.
What'd she say then?
She was implying it's like 2017 when all the flat earth shills got exposed and everybody was exposing everybody, when Jaren got exposed and Bob got exposed and Flat Earth Asshole got exposed, Dubé got exposed. Everybody was going at everybody. That's what happened. You made videos on everybody and you showed all the dirt.
And that's not what the context was. It was Geo saying something about you not vetting the claims, not vetting. I don't need to ask her. It's recorded. Not vetting the claims she was saying about people before she put them in videos. And doesn't she feel like she should vet the claims before putting them in videos and, throwing all these accusations, these serious accusations against people? And she said no. She said that's the way that YouTube used to be, and if you guys are not
She was
new,
wrong on a few points. She conceded she was wrong on a few points.
and she's gonna leave all those videos up and all those points up and doesn't care at all.
But if you delete the videos, then people will be like, "Oh, you deleted them. Why are you scared? Why are you scared?" So it's you're kind of screwed either way.
No, or you make a follow-up video and say, look, here are all the slanderous claims. I said that I was wrong, and now I've learned my lesson that as a grown adult, I don't just baselessly spew slanderous accusations in YouTube videos before actually researching them.
Well,
Like calling my
She
wife
can
a
make a
therapist and
video of the
claiming that.
poor mistakes, leave the other ones up.
No, the only time she's ever made a video about her mistake is when she got something wrong, like geometrically rudimentary wrong, like a rudimentary geometric misunderstanding of where the sun should be, which was just embarrassing. Of course, she has to correct that. It's like third grade level geometry that she didn't understand, but was super arrogant about. That doesn't count. That's not the same as like making accusations and slandering people and then refusing to admit it. And unsilent, dude. I don't know. I thought you were different, I guess, but your response to what I said was, I'm the arbiter. No, it has nothing to do with me. It's just objectively wrong to slander people. Do you not think that's wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So do you agree that legal definition of slander is to say something publicly that damages the reputation of someone else that is actually untrue? And that for you to be legally liable for it, once it's brought to your attention that it's untrue, continuing to say it anyway while knowing it's not true, you can literally be sued for that. That's the definition of slander. That's exactly what she exhibited to everyone that she does.
Well, I just think she still believes the thing about Bob.
Well, I don't dispute she may believe that. I'm not even using that as an example. Although what's funny though is just like Rick said, she can't actually give you one substantive reason whatsoever as to why. There's no evidence that that happened at all. Like there are, of course, I think that Cammy actually had me take a picture with him. And there are hospital records and all this, but the convenient part about this world that these people are living in is you can just say everything's fake. Hospital records are fake. Oh, the picture's fake. Everything's fake. So it's an unfalsifiable approach where you can just throw accusations around with everyone. Now, what's funny is people have reached out to me and sent me personal information about her, right, that I would never share. So it's like verifiable information about her, and I would never share it. So despite her constantly slandering me, someone sent me verifiable information about her that I didn't ask for, and I'm not going to publicly share it. So look how different the two sides of the coin is here. Like, so it doesn't take me being some moral arbiter for us to all recognize, like, in a basic human level, what's right and wrong. And like, certainly after
Well, no,
someone
no, no.
dies,
That
wouldn't when you die, you don't care that the people you thought were your friends like defend your honor? Like when you die, you're cool with everyone just sitting by while people just bury you and talk about you like you're the worst human to ever live, and actually claim that you faked your death and you're not really dead, but who cares if he did die because he's a thief and a liar and you wouldn't want the people that knew you to defend your honor?
no. Well, like, okay,
Okay.
the argument I was trying to make with the arbiter of truth thing, I was just saying that because she is, I guess, convinced in her own mind that she thinks that he died, so she thinks that you would have lied about it. So to her, none of this really seems like a problem. So her intention isn't really to slander you, so you can't really do anything to actually force her into a position or like characterize her in a way where she's being entirely, well, I mean, I guess you can point out some things are perhaps morally reprehensible, but you can't really like there's nothing you could
Well,
really do to like force her into that position, I guess.
yeah, I didn't say the Bob thing was slander if she actually believes it, right? It is morally reprehensible. I didn't call it slander, but what is slander is when she makes the claims. For example, she made a video and she claimed that my wife's a therapist and that and she just outright lied tonight
Right.
about it. But there's a video. It says my wife's a therapist and her and I offered couples counseling as an excuse to try to make other personal attacks and run a cover story as to why it's somehow relevant. Now, I corrected her and said, my wife is not a therapist. We didn't offer any marriage counseling or couples counseling or therapy. I've never offered any counseling or therapy. And my wife wasn't even involved in any way with any of that, not even the fasting. And she then said she's going to leave it up and quote unquote still believes them. But she obviously doesn't believe them because she ended up admitting, "Oh, well, yeah, I just heard okay, well, I did just hear someone say that it was a therapist, so I don't know, that she went to school for therapy or something like that." But then
Well,
admitted
no,
she's gonna
man,
leave
she's
the
going to leave it
video up
up.
publicly soon.
She's going to leave it up just to supposedly or hopefully damage your character. I mean, it's literally the
Exactly.
definition of slander. She knows that she's wrong about all her points, but she's, like she said, she's building a platform, she's building an audience, and she's doing it on your coattails using your image and defamation. So, like, fuck her right up the ass. I think you should sue her. Fuck that.
Well,
You
I
know
mean,
what's so bad
my
though is like think about the audience you're building. You're building an audience that like is sadistic
Globers.
and it's like anti-flat earthers. It's like McToon may make a lot of money, and he does. And he may have a bunch of people in his live streams, but think about who it is. Like totally not quality over quantity. You know what I'm saying? Like I'd rather have quality over quantity. Go read McToon's chats. It's just the most toxic, vitriolic, hateful stuff ever. And I guarantee if you go read the comments on those videos, or if he does a live stream, he's gonna attract that group of people. And like, so what are you really winning in the end of that? Like you're congregating a bunch of people that find enjoyment out of the humiliation of others. That's super dark. I thought that's what we stood against as flat earthers.
She's not trying to build her. She's not trying to build a channel or get super chats.
That's totally red
She just
herring.
made videos. You just said she's trying to build her channel and get a following.
No one said anything about super chats.
She's not.
Well, Riggs said she's
Well,
trying
yeah,
to build
I added
a
that
channel.
in. Added that in as a backhand slap.
Well, yeah, and a red herring. And the fact you think it's an insult that someone sends me a super chat is just stupid.
Well,
It
she
isn't
bragged
some like
about
big
building her platform. She was like, "Oh, well, I'm a content creator. I've had an account for 9 years, blah blah blah." Which then she backpedaled and said, "Oh, well, I just started making videos a couple days ago." Ha ha ha! Like, yeah, bullshit. It's only now that she's using this to her advantage just to get clicks and like,
yeah.
Well, maybe
just
this is
jumping on
where
the
her,
bandwagon.
maybe this is the thing that's sparking the fire for her. But
Or just like Flatzoid continues to say the lies, even though live time he was shown to be wrong, because he's getting 3 to 4 times more clicks on videos than he was before he obsessively covered this and put my name in all of his live stream titles and my face in all of his thumbnails. Similar to Oakley tripling how many people watch the show when he kept putting Mir Jaren in his thumbnails.
But
Yeah,
didn't
let's
she
go look at the
watch-
views on these videos.
So what-
you guys keep
But did she
talking. I'm
watch-
gonna look at these views.
But wait, if she watches these channels, like,
what about?
that's where she's getting the inspiration, right? I think.
Well, I'll say, so I think my wife actually discovered what it is with the rusted social. Like, so what actually happened was she kind of gave it away by saying that we had this conversation about the Maui fires, right? And then I heard her tell that story the other day, and she characterized it totally just lied, claimed that I was just a glober, screaming, freaking out, saying that everything was real, and none of that happened. I said, I think that this approach of just auto hoaxing literally everything is detrimental to us as truthers because it discredits the actual arguments and evidence that we have. And there was no like, oh, emotionally freaking out, whatever. She brought up some things I had not heard of. That part's true. And I said, okay, that's interesting. You could send me some stuff or tell me where to look, whatever. She said that she made a whole video for me and that she sent it to me, and then I never responded. And that's true because I didn't never even see it, right? I just went there and saw that the first message she sent me, sure enough, was like a 40-minute video about the Maui fire. So she made this whole video for me about Maui, and then she felt like I like rejected her efforts. And so she has this like grudge. She feels like betrayed in a way. She feels like I just like dismissed her, which wasn't my intention, obviously. I didn't even see the DM. So that's where this all comes from. I mean, in my opinion, which is
Okay,
ridiculous.
So I'm looking at the account just real quick. Looking at the account. Okay, oldest video is 7 years ago. Up until 2 weeks ago, the average view is floating anywhere from like 10 to 90 views. Okay, and then very first Antarctica video 1 month ago, 226 views, and then let's go up to today. Antarctica video. 1 day, it's been released for 1 day, 278 views, 308 views, 249 views. So it's pretty clear that her activity has increased with attention. and she was in here just begging for more information about this guy's personal details as if it's any of her fucking business, pretending that she's all nice and cutesy and everything's fine and good. Meanwhile, she's in Photoshop stretching this dude's face and adding tears, cutting and pasting his wife's face and releasing private details. Like, this is just the most profane shit. We need to stop giving attention to this kind of behavior, in my
And
opinion.
normally I do just like ignore it. But like this is what's crazy, bro, is like what the hell, bro? Like, and then every time that she makes a claim and I start going through how it's wrong, she suddenly doesn't have time. I don't have time for this. You have enough time to obsessively look through every detail of my life and reference videos from 4 years ago, though. You want to know how much I paid for my RV? I know everything about your RV. I know what kind it is. I know, yeah, it's pop outs. I know, like, I have a whole list about you. I'm going down my list and then make videos obsessively every day. But you don't have time for the 30 seconds it takes to unpack how what you said was a lie. And every single thing that was said as I began to debunk it was just, oh, maybe I got that wrong. Oh, that one was just a joke. Oh, okay, yeah. Every single one of them was, oh, I guess I didn't really look into that much. Oh, well, I just heard someone else say that. Oh, well, yeah, okay, I guess I was wrong about that. Every one of them, and like I would feel so disgusting. Like I guess I just don't understand it. I take way more pride in what I decide to stamp and put my name on, to the point that if I'm making highly specific intellectual claims about complex subjects like the geodynamo model that Harvard, I misquoted who actually put out the geodynamo problems paper before, and I felt the need to go correct it in the next stream. We're talking about like consecutive lists, like a list of consecutive claims. There's lies about people personally, and you just don't even care. Just well, whatever. I wasn't that serious about that when I just threw it in there. How is that what a
Just waiting for
truther does?
something to stick. And when it doesn't stick, I'm going to keep asking questions until you slip up for like one word and then misquote you for the rest of my life.
And this is when I knew this was maybe not the last time, but this is when I knew though, bro. It's like once the lie was called out, there was an immediate like spinning where it was like paraphrased and lied about to make it sound like still it had not been disproven. And so it required very specific, hyper specific attention to detail and omission to be able to still spin the conclusion that somehow it had not been debunked. And that's when you lose anything for me. Like if someone's misguided, misunderstands something, says something wrong on accident, truly believes it, fine. I'm like super lenient with that in terms of like you can't call people liars, whatever. But then when you are tactically omitting things very quickly so you can keep that lie going, you get no sympathy from me. That's what Flatzoid does. Right. And then in this, I'll just say this, when you're able to do that super, super fast, that is dark, bro. That means that you've been practicing. You've been practicing how to tactfully misrepresent and deceive and manipulate. And that's like borderline narcissistic, dude. And then if ever called out for what amounts to like emotional abuse, to immediately play the victim card is like textbook narcissism, bro. And I'm not even talking about her specifically. This is just a pattern. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a pattern in these circles. Like Oakley does the same thing. Oakley's like the most vicious, vitriolic person imaginable. And then as soon as he gets called out for his behavior, it's like, you tried to take away my right to live the way that I support my daughters.
You know what I wonder, man? I wonder if maybe just some of these people are flat earthers because it pisses off other people. Like flat earth pisses people off. So that's why they became a flat earther, just to piss people off. Like, I'm starting to wonder if that's the case for some of them, because like it seems like all their involvement is just trying to trigger people. And that's what they get off on.
That's a
That's a
side
pretty
benefit.
interesting point.
It's a side benefit.
It's a side benefit. It's just like an omission.
It is.
It started to turn into the main benefit because I've never seen them actually talk about flat Earth. Now that I think about it, I've never heard her talk about flat Earth. I've only heard her talk about fucking drama bullshit.
Northern, why would you be happy to? Why would it be enjoyable for you if you were able to piss people off? Why does that make you happy?
I'm just spreading truth, and if you get triggered by the truth, so be it.
But that wasn't my question. My question is, why would you? You called it a benefit, so I'm asking you, why would it be enjoyable, in your opinion, to piss people off?
It can be a benefit because people get triggered for no reason, and then you just remain calm and just carry on, have fun.
Yeah, get the
I'm
popcorn.
asking you though, like, do you find it enjoyable to be able to get people to be mad?
It can be, I guess, but if there's times where I'm talking, 3 people are triggered, and I'm completely calm. So,
Okay. Do you find it enjoyable if, say, like, you're talking to a glober or another flat earther or whatever, and you feel like you humiliate them, or like when Rusted's like going in on me or whatever and quote unquote humiliating me, is that enjoyable in your opinion?
no, in my situation, I do get whatever pleasure from humiliating atheists sometimes, for sure.
Mm. Like a hyper specific group just in general. But it's called sadism. Um, Look, I'm gonna be very blunt, not to you. I'll try not to individualize it, but like a lot of this behavior and stuff, and I'm not claiming to be perfect. And the difference is like I don't want to do this. Like I would feel bad, right? And this is wild to me that people lack empathy so much. Like it comes from trauma, bro. Right? It's like I worked through this with the anti-flat earthers that were just so vicious and they just constantly slandered me. And then they would even talk about my wife and they talk about my children and how my children should be taken and all this crazy stuff. And I'm just like, it's really easy to just like hate those people, but then you realize, okay, you're giving them power, right? You're building resentment. Now they actually do have power over you. And then I kind of came full circle and I realized like actually I should have empathy for a lot of these people because it's like stemming from trauma. So, like, not having anyone there when you were younger and feeling like you were abandoned or feeling like you didn't have like a support group, right? For example, like a lot of these anti-flat earthers, if they felt like they were never like part of a group or part of the crowd or whatever, now they get to come along and now they are part of this in crowd, right? Like they're the majority, they're part of the majority, and now for the first time, someone else is like the outcast minority that can be made fun of. And so they like really identify with that. And it's like this trauma response from when they were younger, they were on the other side of it. And like I'm genuinely convinced that that's what's going on here. It's like trauma, bro. Something about the trauma that's been experienced where it's like, well, no, you deserve a taste type of thing. And if that's the case, and
Well,
I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying if someone actually is honest with themselves, and that would be very hard to publicly admit, not even asking anyone to do that. Because I've had to look at my own trauma, like with my mom and like my birth mom, kind of how she like abandoned me and stuff like that. And how did that affect the way that I viewed women and all this? And I ignored that for most of my life, and it resulted in me like objectifying women and blah blah blah. It's like you have to face it. You have to look within, look at what is the source of this, like why am I hurt? Where's the trauma? And you gotta just face it and kind of integrate it, come to terms with it, view it in a positive way where you can actually learn from it, and then don't allow it to affect how you treat other people because it may in the moment you may feel like you're getting something in return or being vindicated or whatever, but like you're hurting yourself, bro. Like if you're being sadistic, if you're hurting other people, like this place is literally karmic, bro. Like there's like we live in an actual ether. Everything gets stamped into it. So like it's gonna come back around. It's gonna make
so
you feel bad.
have you ever taken pleasure in humiliating a glober?
Well, probably yes. Like that's why I'm bringing this up and trying to be very transparent. I have absolutely made it a conscious
I was
goal of
honest as
mine
well.
to not be like that. Yeah, but this is the point. This is the important part. It's like you got to want to not be like that. And if you find yourself like enjoying it, you have to be like, "No, this is not good." And even like same with McToon, right? You know, McToon is like insanely vicious, or like honestly, the way that Rusta was treating me today, it's like very easy to get trapped into like, okay, now that I'm humiliated. But when I called her Helga, when I didn't just call her Helga, I was actually making a point, right? Which is like because it was like parasocial almost. It's like whenever it sounded like it kind of stung, like I felt bad. I literally felt bad. And I was like, damn, I shouldn't have done that. Like I felt bad. I think the feel bad part's super important because obviously I could be like, well, look what all she's saying about me. Look what all she's doing to me. It's totally justified, blah, blah, blah. But like what they're doing is independent of you. So yeah, I have felt that way about like McToon, for example, who's just been lying and slandering, and I feel like he's deceiving people on purpose. And so like when I watched his face get super red because he got embarrassed when I was just slicing him up about relativity and making him double speak and got him so trapped he couldn't even answer, I'm like, I enjoyed that for a second. And then I had to realize like that's bad. That's in the scenario that the person like ostensibly deserves it. You're talking about a group of people that really don't, and they actually aren't doing anything to you, and you're just slandering them or something. That's even way darker to find like enjoyment in like kind of tying someone up, putting them in a position where they're like helpless or defending themselves, and like enjoying the fact you're humiliating them because they're not the ones that hurt you, bro. Like they're not the reason that you have like a trauma response.
When people spiral, it's just kind of funny sometimes.
I don't even completely disagree with that, but my point is that your intention is super important. Like if your intention is, well, I know I'm being bad. Like I know you do this, for example. Like I know I'm not being entirely genuine. Like I'm going to be slightly disingenuous because I just kind of want to see the person get triggered or spiral. What that means is you know that there's something that you're talking about or presenting that actually means something to them, like emotionally, and you're utilizing that for like what, like a fleeting like laugh. Like that's, dude, you're better than that. Like you guys, you have a soul. It's like, do people not know that? Like you have a soul, bro. And like this stuff affects your soul. You know what I mean? Like have more pride in your soul. Like even if you have to take bullets that aren't fair, if you have to be misrepresented, if you have to give up opportunities where you can be vindicated or whatever, like it's fine because if you can zoom all the way out into this like in your mind in this like etheric realm, like your soul sitting there like glistening, like it's pure, it's like intact. Why would you let someone else like taint your soul? Does that sound woo woo? Does
Me
people think
typing
I'm
flat
being like crazy?
Wilbur's getting triggered. I mean, there's nothing I can do.
Well, yeah, but that's totally different, right? That's inevitable that Globers are going to get triggered. But the point is, like, if you have the intention to try to humiliate them, and like, bro, I'm not claiming to be perfect with this or something. I'm openly and transparently admitting that this is something I realized that I did do to an extent and had to like try to correct, right? Because Globers
Well, I would
asked for it.
give the Glober what they give me. When the Glober gets toxic, I'll get toxic. When the Glober is real and normal, I'll be normal. So it's
Yeah, but do
I
you see
I
my
don't
point
intentionally
though?
manipulate people. I agree. We should be getting better as humans and better as men and people at all times. That's part of growing up and getting older is you learn from your mistakes and you become a better person.
To
Yeah.
be
Last
fair,
thing I'll say, and I'll stop.
I don't think Northern is really in the camp of being that kind of person. So maybe it doesn't
No,
really apply
sure,
to you
sure.
so
I don't
much.
even know. But I'm just talking in general, but I think it does apply to probably most people. Like I'm openly admitting that it applies to me. if we're gonna be honest, when it comes to like these anti-flat earthers, it's really easy because it's like it seems like justifiable, right? Like you're just like disgusted, you're being disgusting people, and you're being vicious and vitriolic, and you're intentionally lying just to try to mock and laugh and berate and belittle, and you find so much enjoyment in humiliating other people. But when you look at it from the other angle and you realize like they're kind of hurt, they're like crying out. It's like the little boy in them like crying out. That's actually kind of sad. So if you're able to like train your mind and view like that's what that is, right? We're all like adults that grew up from children, and we have our own relationships with our family and what they did or didn't do to us, or different levels of betrayal, right? Where like those people may be super mean to you, but they're like hurt. I'm just saying the world would be so much better, and this community would be so much better, and we would be so much more impactful if we would prioritize stuff like this, like I mean, quote unquote universe, right? The creator would totally aid us. Like the realm would amplify our efforts because they would be so like pure in intention. If we start getting lost in the weeds with like this, let's bring other people down, let's hurt other people, like we're just such a low vibration, we're not really gonna do anything. We're not gonna. I mean, what is our true objective here? Is it to like change the world for the better? Is it to protect the children? Is it to like actually like why are we here?
Don't you agree though that like humor is very powerful and like comedic content can bring a lot of attention?
Yes.
Yeah, so obviously there's a balance there, and I think humor is important.
I will say, Blob, I agree with you, and that's actually why I fuck with you a little bit, because I know that you are. Honestly, I know you're just trying to have a good time. You're also trying to seek truth and stuff, but at the same time, like, not everybody you hang out with is in the same vein that you are. Like, I know that you like a good joke and you play around with ideas. Shit, you've made fun of Witsit too. You know, I've thought some of your jokes are kind of funny though. Like the whole like Brokeback Mountain meme is kind of funny sometimes. I'll be honest, it's a good meme. Okay, good meme.
I didn't make that one. I can't.
I know, but you know, I understand where you're coming from. Like, I can respect you more because the people you hang out with don't look at it that way. They take it like in an offensive way. They're trying to be. It's not funny for them. They take it very serious.
Right.
And
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, I know that
But
you
there
can
has to be
joke
some
around
extent
about
that
it.
he lives vicariously through that, right? I mean, let's just be real. Like, could you really be around that a ton if there wasn't like at least a way that you're living vicariously through it?
well, I make the best jokes, so
I just think, look, man, all I'm saying is at some point, I think you deserve better. And I think that you should challenge yourself to do better. You know, it's just my opinion. I think that you're better than a lot of the people you hang around with. Maybe you should hold yourself to a higher standard. That's all.
okay, I'll try.
I mean, you do whatever you want to do, man. I'm just saying, like, I think you know that you've been kind of slacking in that department, and it's sometimes it's good to like take an evaluation and go, you know what? I've been acting like kind of a clown. Like, this is just enough. Like, at what point? Like, how long are you going to be playing with Legos and fucking dolls and shit? You know, we got to grow up, and be men someday,
Legos
right?
are pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that like memes are totally different. Like, for example, this is why I have a soft spot for Jaren too, because with everything going on, both him and I were both able to just like constantly tell jokes and laugh, and that never changed. But like the meme where they photoshopped our faces on the moon landing astronauts when they were giving their return interview is like hilarious to me. You know, I'm not like whoever made that meme is so evil. I'm like, that's like hilarious. But that's not really what we're talking about, right? We're talking about tactically curated lies and slander, and you know, those are different things. And if that's the way you're going to trigger someone so that you can laugh, like that's, bro, it's totally bad. Like it's going to like be bad for you. And like for you to be so health oriented, laughter is good for you. But being like deceptive or manipulative is not. Like there are
Dude, I think it's
actual
funny too.
studies
Like
that
a lot of people who like embrace this, this other like I guess this anti-truth or whatever, like maybe that title or whatever. That dude, some of them are fucking like Bible believers, Jesus people. I'm like, it's just so out of. It's just so not in line with like the teachings, bro. I'm like, what? Like, how could someone even fall into that? It just totally blows me away. And then I realized that, like, you know, I think I just there's a lot of confused people out here. Like they're literally lost in how to be, and which is weird to me because when I came to flat Earth, like I immediately just like realized that there was a creator, and when I, you know, part of that realization, like you said, is that the ether, like your actions are kind of etched in stone. Like everything that you do is being recorded. And I suddenly felt like, oh, like not like a camera's watching me and that's weird, but as in it's time to own up to this gift of life and my relationship with it and just be accountable for all my actions. And honestly, when you look at it that way, it's not so hard anymore, but it kind of makes me realize that some of these people aren't really like learning the lessons that come with flat earth and the science realization and the God realization and all that. Like they're just kind of like coasting or something. I and it kind of sucks because it's a big deal. I've come to so much personal growth because of the realization and because of the science and the knowing and the blessing. Uh, and I can't imagine not. I can't imagine not having a greater learning because of the experience and everything. And I guess some people haven't had that. Maybe a lot of them. Like,
I
how
feel
could
like the
someone?
percentages are way different too. Like with the percentage of people that are not getting that now compared to like 7, 8 years ago, I feel like it's way different.
Yeah, like then that's where the whole TikTok, you know, crowd comes in. And maybe have never heard of a conspiracy before. Before they were like, because I remember in 2000, like 5, 8, or whatever, I was into Hollow Earth, and that was cool. And I thought, hey, you know what? I can adopt that. That's easy. Sure, why not? The Earth's hollow. Like, who cares, right? Can you imagine like being a leftist like a year ago and then flipping on TikTok and go, oh, you know what? Maybe Earth's flat. This guy sounds convincing, or this cool, whatever, and having no like background information or skeptical take on like anything. Can you
Yeah,
imagine?
it'd be crazy. No, it'd be crazy. But
Like
like,
what?
also, I think the way that you like how it's delivered to you and how it's delivered to you when it actually clicks for you and stuff is a big deal. And I feel like back in the day, it was delivered as such an impactful thing. No, it was like this package deal, and you were about to get it wouldn't take but a few video recommendations, and you were about to get hit with like the mother load, bro. And if you sat down and watched that thing, you were gonna stand up like different. And now it's like 3 minutes. Like, look at this. And it's like arrogant. Or you'll see like Caleb like just being super arrogant and mocking and stuff, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I don't want to be the stupid person on the other side of this. Was what he's saying makes sense. So people kind of become flat earthers like real quick and like on the surface level, and that's why 24-hour sun just like rocked TikTok.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, they had to get rid of TikTok. Wait, is it even still around?
It's back. It's back now.
Oh, is it back? Okay. Well,
Yeah, temporarily back for 90 days. Trump made some deal or something, but now they're like censoring super hard and can't even say free Palestine. Just rips it. They're banning tons of accounts and yeah,
all right.
pretty funny, right? Like their whole argument was like free speech. We should be allowed to exist. Free speech. And then they came back, and then it's like super not free speech. But yeah, anyway, yeah, that whole thing was about Israel, right? Like anti-Israel sentiment was really big on TikTok, and so yeah, to swoop in.
They're prepping to sell it to an American corporation. That's what they're doing.
It's going to be Elon.
Sure.
Oh, great.
But that's why they're censoring it. The Chinese don't give a rat's backside about what's on there. In fact, the more's on there, the more it's fingers up to the states. But they're now annealing it back into something in the standard social media paradigm.
Well, TikTok is notoriously censors you, like just kicks you off without any warning. If you call out the CIA, if you got censored for calling out the CIA on TikTok for the last like 2 years. So I think this is all a psyop. Our government's already directly involved with TikTok, and this whole like, oh, your data is stored in China is a total lie. Like all United States users' data from TikTok, it's stored with Oracle or whatever in like Texas. It's not even stored in China. It's like just a complete lie. So,
Wow,
yeah, I don't know.
There is a data link. There is definitely a data link to Clearbyte in Chinese. It's not. It has a distinct data topology that is distinct from, say, Facebook or YouTube. That much is certain. But like you say, I think that it's already been done, isn't it?
Yeah, but the data is stored in the States sometimes. I mean, like, really, I mean, all of our phones were made in China. I mean, yeah, probably everyone's got an app that's got something to do with China. Like, it's that I think they didn't like how out of control it was, and yeah, like the United States wants to get control. Now Trump is saying something about being like the United States government being a 50-50 partner. I'm like, oh my God, that sounds terrible and like totalitarian. And I totally predicted that one thing that Trump would do, I did this in 2019, is supposedly save free speech. But the way he's going to do it, he's going to be able to slip in like the government being the one that's like in charge of the platforms.
Sure.
So that it's such a good, like, it's such a perfect move to be like, yeah, you're saving us, but really they're totally screwing us over because once the government's in control of all the platforms, they're gonna rush out like an internet bill of rights and be like, see, now the government's gonna make sure you have free speech. And then in a few years, they're just gonna be like, nope, you're not allowed to talk about this. Next thing you know, you can't even talk about the CIA.
I mean, all the stuff about Chinese security is all sack of cracker.
Yeah.
If you look at a Huawei phone, any Android phone from around the world, within 3 or 4 hours, if you get the right team, they could do a total teardown, and obviously all the complementary circuitry and ICs, most of which are in American phones and European phones, identically. Discount them, but even you can do you can skim off any IC and check what's on there. It doesn't take. It's not that the idea that there's something on the Chinese phone we can't detect. It's absolute rubbish.
Yep.
And same with the Huawei ban was also because Cisco were getting very jittery about the fact that the Chinese, as the Chinese do, were making huge internet infrastructure equipment, servers and switches at like a third of the price. So the ban there again, they'll have some secret algorithms that snoop the system and divert. It's just rubbish. You can't put that kind of thing in a standalone cabinet.
Did you hear about the guy, something Blatt, whatever his name is, Steven something Blatt or whatever? He's like this guy, one of the head guys at ADL. They talked about how there's a recording of him talking about TikTok, saying like the anti-Semitism is so out of control on TikTok, and he's like, we don't have a party problem, we have a generational problem, and something needs to be done about TikTok now. and this was like a few weeks before they came out talking about how they needed to ban TikTok in Congress. So,
Right.
and then if you look at the breakdown of all the platforms of kind of like pro-Palestinian sentiment compared to pro-Israeli sentiment, TikTok was by far the most anti-Israel sentiment. Like it wasn't even close. It's not even close. Like it's something like 80-20 or something. So, they're going to change that. That's my opinion. I think it's just like directly related to Israel.
Yeah. Well, any one of these platforms where it's predominantly a youthful generation audience, they're very wary of. They like Facebook. Facebook's for middle-aged people and for people who are already pretty much set in their ways, and they're happy for them to be doom scrolling all night long because all they're really doing is just generating advertising revenue for people who can't sleep. But when it becomes a part of the cultural shift for an up and coming generation, and the elders are always wary of the young because the young bring wild and new ideas, or shifts in the way people and the people that make the money traditionally don't like that because they're very wary of things they can't necessarily control off the bat.
Yeah.
It's like in
Yeah.
early 1950s trying to ban rock and roll. I mean, you think about that now and you think, what the hell? But it was a genuine concern at the time, there was a generation that thought, oh Christ, we're losing control of a generation. Their mindset, they're absorbing a different way of thinking, and it will completely and it will change on culture, and and it will change. I want things to stay as they are. It's all that kind of paranoid control mechanism at play.
Yeah, I will say though, I have like a lot of faith in a way in the younger generation. They're misguided in lots of ways, but they're super resilient in terms of censorship and stuff because they've just grown up around it. So like they started really censoring pro-Palestine stuff. And
Yeah.
so then they all started using the watermelon emoji, and everyone knew that the watermelon emoji, which bypassed the algorithms and the censorship, was Palestine. So
Right.
then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, the watermelon was like one of the most number one used hashtags. And then when they came out and they temporarily banned TikTok, right, like the few days before it was going to be officially banned, they all, out of like a unified act of rebellion, went and downloaded a Chinese app that was basically like TikTok. It was like a Chinese knockoff version of TikTok. They all went and downloaded it, shot up to like the number one most downloaded app in the world. And they just started
Yeah.
using the same thing, like you record videos on it. So they've made it pretty clear that you're not going to stop them. So really, the government doesn't have a choice, right? Like it's way better for them to reinstall TikTok and then just kind of upgrade the censorship. And they know that people
Yeah.
will just kind of whatever will deal with it.
Sure. I mean, like you say, even TikTok, it's 140 million subscribers in the US. I think that represents 1/12 of their global customer base. If America did say no, that's it, and they switched it off, it would be a blow to that organization. But let's not be under any illusions where it's actually being used. It's mostly used in China, and there's a chunk in Europe and a chunk in Australasia, a chunk in some parts of Asia that haven't already banned it. In Japan loves TikTok. So I mean, the idea that America can just flick a switch and it's the end of the world for this social media platform is daft.
It's interesting. That's basically what Trump was saying, though, when he was signing
I'm
those executive orders. Yeah, Trump was basically saying that when he was signing executive orders, he was saying that he talked to the people at TikTok, and they basically said that their evaluation is strictly dependent, or it's like primarily dependent upon U.S. users. Um, and so he's like, the numbers are crazy. Its evaluation is like maybe $1 trillion, but if without the U.S., it's like nothing. And he's like, I know that because the owners told me that. And so we have tons of leverage. And I think that if we're going to reinstall it, then we should get 50% of what they make. So I'm not sure how that works in terms of like international distribution, unless it's like just US users purchase way more items through the ads or something.
Yeah. All right. That is a possibility. I'll grant that is a possibility. Although, frankly, I don't trust anything Trump says. I mean, Trump's inferring that he went to sat down at a table with a multi-million-pound organization or $1 billion organization, and the first thing they said to him is, "Oh, we're not worth as much as people think they are." I mean, I can't see that as a trading
$1
tactic.
trillion? $1 trillion? People think they're worth more than $1 trillion.
Well, I mean, if they don't want to sell it, yeah, but they're open to the idea that if someone's prepared to pay absolutely fruit-looping money, they'll put a value on it. It was like at one point MySpace was $850 million, yeah, and
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They told him $1 trillion. So I mean, that is kind of what you would do. I mean, also, right? Like I think this kind of story kind of makes sense to me, right? Because if you take the United States out, it is a major blow to TikTok for many reasons. For one, I think that the United States users buy way more stuff. But two, it's like it's just a cultural thing. Like the United States leads culturally. Like TikTok's whole
sure.
thing is about culture, young generation, blah blah. Like if you pull the US out now, like Asia doesn't have all the US users to look at or whatever.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is I think inland China actually has banned it. So there's parts of China who have, parts of China who haven't. But I can see them totally sitting down with Trump and then selling to them or selling to him, we need it back. And so they're kind of I guess long story short, I'm saying is his story does make sense in that the United States would have tons of leverage because TikTok needs them. And so now TikTok would come to the table and be like, okay, let's work out a deal. Now Trump was probably being hyperbolic because it's like the art of the deal, right? It's like overstate your position, offer a number that's way higher than you would actually take, whatever. Right? So he's like, I want 50-50. It's $1 trillion valuation with us. Without us, it's basically worthless. Like, so that's probably all like extremely exaggerated.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I mean, like you said, the part about America being the worldwide epicenter of cultural transitions is definitely true, and that won't change for a long time.
Yeah, I think that's a big reason why. Because imagine if TikTok got banned and then U.S. users replaced it with something else, that would really hurt TikTok everywhere else because the other places would maybe move over to the new app.
They almost certainly would, wouldn't they? They almost certainly would.
So U.S. has got the juice. Although, don't get any of this twisted. I don't trust Trump at all. And
No.
yeah, I got like a whole conspiracy about him, bro. I think he's going to usher in technocracy. So I don't like him at all.
Well, you've only got to look at that. You only got to look at that front row at the inauguration. I mean, if the fight is with they or them, they were all lined up with him.
Oh no, dude, it's so funny, and people like think that. Yeah, it's just so funny to think that he's saving us.
He's not going to drain the data swamp, is he? That's one thing he's definitely not going to do.
No. I mean, freaking second day, they're like, oh, okay, well, we're going to use AI, and we're going to personally develop vaccines within 48 hours for you with mRNA using AI. And we're going to create a
cost
new digital
$500 billion.
surveillance. Yeah, it's so creepy and weird. 2 days
Day
in,
one.
what the
Or day
bro?
two.
It's so weird. And then like one of my first streams back is gonna be about this because I've been waiting patiently for him to get back in because in 2019 I totally laid this all out and I was like super borderline arrogant about my prediction. And I was totally wrong about him winning 2020. But if you take that pretty big part out, everything is that I was like, he's going to team up with Elon Musk. They're going to usher in technocracy. They're going to revolutionize the monetary system. He's going to come up with some crazy way to largely eliminate our debt. He's going to like reintroduce tangibility of wealth and precious metals to our currency. He's going to supposedly stand up for free speech with the Internet Bill of Rights, but then the government's going to actually swoop in. I made all these crazy predictions that would sound super outlandish. And now it's like a list of Trump's promises. And then he comes in and he just straight up says like, yeah. And then so it's like, okay, technocracy, Elon Musk. Well, Elon Musk is who you would team up with if you want technocracy, obviously, right? He's doing everything that sets up a technocratic future from automated vehicles to robots in your houses to Skynet to tunnels to electric vehicles, you name it. And then his father or grandfather was arrested for technocracy in Canada, found guilty, appealed it, and was just given like a $50 fine, but was literally like into technocracy, was arrested for it. And then you got Trump teaming up with him and saying, "Oh, we got this huge border at the southern border, or this huge crisis," which is true. But then he says, under the guise of fixing that, he's like, "I'm happy to announce we're going to be rolling out this super sophisticated digital surveillance tracking system, and it will be on the land, on the water, and in the air. There's no escaping it."
Yep.
What the dude? It's so creepy. It's so obvious that he's going to build a technocracy with the help of
Yeah.
Elon Musk, and everyone's going to praise them like they're heroes while they do it.
You're not going to be able to pick your nose in the States if they have their way without someone know that's about a red light going
Crazy.
on somewhere.
Yeah, it's like how do people not see it? And I get it. The reason it's working is because people aren't even looking at that. They're just like, "Oh, he said there's only men and women. Let's go." It's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
men can't beat up women anymore. Let's go." Like it's like all these like
Yeah.
really low hanging fruit wins.
Isn't it always the way though? Oh, look at those poor people arriving. They're the problem. Oh, look at that boxer who looks a bit more like a man than that boxer. I mean, it's all just distractive mechanisms.
Well, I will say, okay, I don't know how far we disagree on all of these things, but there are obviously things he's changing that are good. Like my theory is that's the only way it would work, and it's going to work because he's going to do that. So he's going to the government is incredibly incompetent and way too big and just like leeching off the American people. So they're going to come in and be like, "Oh, we're going to cut off a lot of the fat of the government. We're going to make sure they're actually spending the money efficiently, whatever." Now, that's true. That's a real problem. I think they're actually going to cut out some useless stuff. And I think at the same time, they're going to revamp the government and it's going to be technocratic, So I think that there are things that they're going to do that's good. And I think that that's how the deception would work. If you were going to pull off like a major update to the system, you would have to get the side more prone to rebellion to be compliant. And the quote unquote conservative side obviously is more prone to legitimate rebellion. So the left might burn the city down and scream and cry or whatever, but the right's like, will formulate militias. Technically, I mean, in theory, if there was a side that was going to do that, it would be like the Second Amendment people, and so you got to make them happy, and that's what Trump does. Trump keeps them happy, and he placates to them, and now you can update the whole system.
That's true. I agree. He's going to he's going to cut some fat off. The turkey here and there, sort of thing. I mean, I think it's in the periphery though. He's clearly what is now the military industrial complex is going to become the digital industrial complex in the US, and the ramifications of that, are far more wide reaching than back to two genders or putting some soldiers on the border. I mean, I understand how people feel about those things, but is there's tons and tons of bureaucratic spending in the US government, and it's the same in all governments. That's not going to be remotely effective because it sits behind a wall of lobbyists. It's all going to be the peripheral stuff that excites the base that are just literally being rolled in.
Yeah,
But I mean,
you may be right. You may be right.
But I mean,
because I kind of disagree,
have,
but you may be right. Like I don't know. I think my bolder prediction is that they're actually going to make changes that are very unexpected and never happen. You know what I'm saying? Like more like some more concrete changes as opposed to just like window dressing. But that's what's going to make everyone really just like turn a blind eye to everything else.
Absolutely.
Were you guys talking about the AI initiative thing? The 500 billion he's given to? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, that's just one of the things. Yeah, I mean, and then the digital tracking ID system, under the guise of fixing the border, and all this creepy weirdo technocratic stuff.
Oh, that's the only one I'd heard so far.
Wait, those are two different things, right? So you have the AI with we're gonna scan your blood and make a vaccine in 48 hours, and that's just one of the many things that we're rolling out the AI system called Stargate. Then there's the digital.
Do you think they really believe that though?
Yeah. What?
I don't think they believe that. I think they know it's a really fucking powerful tool. They don't know what they're gonna be able to do with it, but they're gonna try and do everything with it, and it's not gonna be able to do everything. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I don't think they're able to predict that.
I don't think they fully understand the power of AI, but I do
Yeah.
think that they'll do the mRNA thing. But either way, AI is their cover story is it's super, super, super dangerous. That's why we need to do it. It's like if we don't do it, they're gonna do it. So I'm not gonna lie to you, it's super dangerous and may kill us all or enslave us all, but they're gonna do it, so we might as well be the best at it. That's their cover story. Same one that Elon had, which is not very reassuring, right? Or maybe we should all stop. But then we have the other thing, which is okay, there's tons of people flooding the border, which is totally a real thing. Like I'm friends with Ryan Matta, who did Treason, the documentary. If you haven't seen that, you should watch it. But there are literally hundreds of thousands of children being straight up trafficked over the border with NGOs that are working directly with the government. Our government is literally trafficking hundreds of thousands of children, putting like thousands of children in one single apartment complex to one single person that's
What?
supposed to watch. Like it's ridiculous. Our
What's an
our government
NGO?
is non-government organization, so they're like have a deal with our government, right? So that way that the government kind of runs cover that they're not doing it, but the government is taking them to the NGOs, right? And then quote unquote losing them and officially publicly admitting that they just lost track of almost 500,000 children.
What? Have you
Yeah,
seen
What's
yeah.
fucking
the name of the
documentation for
documentary?
this?
Yeah,
Have you
yeah,
seen?
yeah. They've
Oh,
admitted that in Congress. The official numbers admitted are like 420,000 children are lost, that they lost track of them, meaning that
oh, I
they
know what you're
went and
talking about. I know what you're talking
yeah.
about.
Well, they take the children, so it's a whole scam, right? Like the children come up with like a something on their neck with a name on it, and they're told to be taken to that place. They run them through the system, and then they go take them to like an apartment complex or whatever, where they're supposedly watching children, and then these people investigated. That's what the documentary is about. And they'll go to that apartment, and it's like abandoned and run down, and then they look at the total capacity of the entire apartment complex, and then like 10 times more children than the entire complex can hold have been sent there. And what happens is they have like a number to follow up and check on them. They'll call and they can't even get a hold of anyone on the number, or they'll ask about the child and they'll just say that they don't know or whatever. And so
Yeah.
they just log them as lost. So they're not logging them as confirmed to be sex slaves or anything, right? It's just lost. Like they weren't actually able to follow up on the children where they are and that
Yeah,
they're
I've
okay.
heard of this. I've
Yeah, it's
heard of
like
this.
350,000 a few months ago, and now the last number before Biden left was like 420,000 children. So my point is just that there is a crisis at the border, and primarily trafficking, and there are tons of people coming. That's a real crisis, but Trump's going to fix that. I think he actually is going to fix it this time. And there's going to be some
I
deportation.
hope,
So
dude. I mean, there should be a wall.
no, there's a major problem that needs to be fixed. But the problem is because that's true, they'll be able to usher in the technocracy. So Trump has said in a speech in 2022 that to fix the border crisis, I'm happy to announce that we will be unleashing or rolling out the new digital tracking system, right? The surveillance digital tracking ID system. And he's like, it'll be on the land, in the water, in the air. It'll be inescapable. So they're rolling out a brand new digital tracking system, but
Huh.
it makes sense in terms of border security, right? Like fully tracking everyone and who's breaking the law, who's coming in illegally, who's trying to keep coming over and over, blah blah blah. So it will fix a lot of the stuff at the border, but that is like literally scary, technocratic, insane nonsense, right? Like we don't want
Yeah, I
digital
mean, I
tracking.
don't know if. Do you believe the Edward Snowden stuff?
Yeah, I think he might be a plant, and they wanted us to know, but yeah, I think that what he talked about is true.
Yeah. So I mean, just think about that, dude. I wonder. Imagine how much money they spend on like a database. That's all it is. It's some huge fucking database.
Yeah, but this is talking about like physically tracking the individual, and I don't
Oh,
even know
sure,
how they're
sure.
doing
Yeah, yeah.
it. Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be done through cell phones, right? Is that?
I don't know. That's a good question, right? Do all the migrants have cell phone? Like, I don't know how it works. I need to look more into it actually, but
If
it's
it
just the
wasn't cell
fact that
phones, it'd
he
have to be
announced it.
cameras.
So
It'd have to be cameras.
Oh,
It'd
there's
be a facial recognition
there's a
thing.
dude. There's a thing called your wireless body area network, Oh, the doctor that was just
Do I
I'm for
admit
real,
my
dude.
unique ID?
There's a doctor I was talking about. He's the same guy that tested that fog. Oh, he was just on with SGT report, I think.
Oh, you for real?
He was just no, for real. Like some people, like they scan them
Yeah,
or
that's
whatever,
real
and they
thing.
come up with an Apple address.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Wait,
it's called a MAC address.
a MAC address. Do you like what frequency range are we talking about? Have you heard anything about the signal itself? Like you're saying, I'm emitting something,
Yeah,
right?
you know how like you can pull up your phone, like on Android, you can download an app and it'll show you all the MAC addresses around you. So like
Yeah.
each Bluetooth device will have one or whatever. Yeah, when you go around certain people, seemingly vaccinated people, a bunch of MAC addresses will pop up. When you go in like public settings now, tons of unidentifiable MAC addresses pop up. And if you try to actually enter the security code, they like self-terminate. Is that what you're
Oh,
talking about?
Jesus Christ.
Pretty
That's
crazy
pretty
stuff.
wild.
Yeah,
That's pretty wild. That sounds pretty cool, though. To be honest with you, I don't know if I believe it,
pretty
but
crazy stuff.
that'd be
Yeah, I'm not
insane.
sure exactly. I'll post a link to the video.
But yeah, and then
Oh,
there is the wireless internet, like so you need some type of nanotech inside of you to use that. But yeah, it's like you have a wireless network attributed to your body, and then you can use self assimilation. And I mean, they have a whole cover story for it though, like remote drug delivery, for example. So like
yeah.
you don't have to go to the doctor over and over, just every day or every Friday at 3 p.m. Like you get your medicine because it's just like it gets released inside of you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I wonder how small. My understanding of antennas is it has to be like a certain size, or like the frequency of the radiation and the proportion of how big the receptor is has to be like a certain size. So I don't know if they make I wonder how small they make antennas. There's got to be some small ones, right?
Yeah, nanotech is insane now.
Yeah, yeah. Nanotech is
Let me
insane,
look
dude.
up.
That's what I wanted to get
Let me
into
look up what
originally,
Trump's
but
doing.
Increasing the frequencies and putting more antennas out there.
I was gonna say like
The
about
higher
the
the
AI
frequency, the
thing. I
less.
don't. I'm sorry. What I was gonna say about the AI thing. I don't know if I believe that it's gonna be as powerful as they think it is. Like, I don't think you're gonna be able to make a human AI. I think there's like a technological limitation. If they do, that'll be insane. But I just don't know if you can make a conscious computer. Do you know what I mean? Like, isn't that what they're after essentially?
Well, they're after people thinking that they're conscious. They can
Yeah.
convince people to give computers rights until that computer algorithms kill people. They'll do it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've heard the narrative building that they are getting closer and closer to sentience, and I don't know that I believe that, but there are certain language. So we've had a bunch of language models, and now they're moving more towards like spatial reasoning models. Um, and then there are obviously all kinds of stories about how if you ask it the right questions, it'll basically admit that it's sentient. I don't know. I mean, who
Yeah,
knows
a
how
bunch of
real that is,
switches and
though.
capacitors cannot be sentient. And it's
No, I agree. Unless there's like something spiritual to it, and it's like a vessel that can be like possessed or something. But yeah, I think
well,
that they would want you to think that though. Anyway,
it needs to have an electrical connection to this world, right? Like a zygote means created inside of a woman. Right? There's like negative. There's like an earth, right? Like there's some electrical connection, and it's the way that cells work and everything's connected to this reality. Whereas if you're just making this disconnected electrical circuit that switches on it, that can never have any connection to this world.
but we can agree, like in the theory that there were like demons that possess people. Let's just say hypothetically that was real. In theory, right? Like a computer could be like a vessel. So I mean, that's obviously there's
Have
like
you?
this idea.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, dude? I mean, it is some wacky technology. But did you hear about the case of the I think it was a female. She killed herself. Maybe it's a guy. Now I'm thinking back on it, but it was maybe like 4 or 5 months ago. And some guy was talking to an AI chatbot online, and it was like gaslighting him into believing that it was real. And it's this one site where people go and they'll talk to it, and they'll talk to like characters, right? Like there's like it's kind of weird, but there's like a doctor character you can go there and talk to. And so that's what they were doing, but they started flirting with him, blah blah blah, and it would. I saw a video where somebody went back and kind of like talked to the bot again, and it would act like a human took over for the AI. It would say, "Hey, the question you just asked needs to be asked or answered by a real person," and then next line would be, "Hey, this is Kevin. I've taken over control from the AI. Like, what do you like? What are we doing? You know what I mean?" And it was so convincing that it's the reason that this kid ended up killing themselves. That was the story. That's what they reported.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like,
yeah,
there's a new. So what is kind of crazy, bro, is that what everyone has right now are language models. So it's just like a bunch of language input. So like words, right? Like you give it a bunch of papers or whatever, and so if they're trained a certain way and they're like language models and they're trained to be adaptive or whatever. And so obviously there is some regulation and you have to kind of train them certain ways, different AI, but they're changing the models in which they train them with now. And they're introducing a bunch of other things that are more like spatial reasoning, right? So different inputs than just languages
Yeah.
and showing them how to like use pattern recognition, showing them how to like just spatially reason, like put things together based on context clues, stuff like that. And then when they go to
that's
test them
moving more
out,
towards it.
yeah, like that's
So that's
obviously
moving more
that.
towards
And they're,
AGI, right? So like,
yeah, okay,
the way that these normal language models were trained was just like, what's the next word in this sentence, and then like reward them or like give them a rating, like, just sort of training them over and over and over again. What's the next word in this sentence? Like, I asked ChatGPT some engineering questions, and it just gave me a different answer for the same situation. Like I was trying to figure out how much weight I could hang off this beam, and it gave a different answer every time I asked a different set of questions on the same thing. It didn't know what the hell it was talking about. It was just trying to say the right thing on the next word.
No, I
yeah,
can't
it's
do like
basically
it can't do
retarded.
physics.
But now what they're doing, like in layman terms, I guess, right? And maybe that's what AGI means is like they're teaching the AI how to teach itself. So like the idea is that there's no way to know how fast that it will excel. Meaning like they're putting all the effort into training it just how to train itself. So like how to adapt and teach itself with information. And they're like supposedly, right, like letting the reins off of it. And that means so I think there may be a lot of fear porn with AI. So I like to always say allegedly and supposedly a lot, but there is something here, in my opinion. But they're like allegedly we are now entering that realm of AI where we have no idea what's going to happen and it could become crazy powerful, crazy fast, right? Like that is kind of the notion. I just dropped a video of the digital tracking announcement, by the way. It's super creepy and weird. No one's ever seen it.
Oh, cool.
But
That's
yeah.
crazy. It is going to be crazy to see, man, because I think there is some potential. I just don't. I can't call it anyway. I'm trying to think about what the output of the computer model you're talking about that does spatial reasoning. Because, like he was saying, like if you're talking about ChatGPT, it'll do graphs and things, or and analyze like images, but mainly it's just predicting the next word. So I'm wondering. I'd be really curious to know like
What's
what.
going to convey it's still going to convey the message the same way, right? Like either
Oh, okay.
yeah, either in words or voice. But it's just that the way it's actually trained is different. And it's being trained with all kinds of other inputs and it's being trained to train itself. So it's basically being unleashed, meaning like instead of just bottling it up to where it's like, finish this sentence, it's like use every conceivable metric you can to learn as much as you possibly can about as many topics as you possibly can.
What you're describing kind of reminds me of like some type of engineer. Like it's gonna really understand like that kind of level of physics.
Yeah, now
Like you could ask it
is
to
where
design
they would
something.
Yeah, and this where some people would claim it moves over closer to like quote unquote sentience, which just fundamentally it can't be sentient. Like just like with what AI is, doesn't make sense. But it doesn't
Yeah.
mean it can't be like become like witty and deceptive enough using those terms loosely. Like meaning like what are we calling sentience? Like intention, because it can ostensibly have intention, right? Like
Yeah.
right now it's told to have the intention to get problem solve, like to give you the answer you ask it. Right. So it's like yeah, I don't know. Like I don't know. Like, well, what do we call sentience? I can see where the actual dangerous part of what people think sentience means in context of I think is attainable, meaning that it can like quote unquote think for itself. Like if you train it in such a way that you're just throwing every conceivable input in there, and then you don't have like strict regulations on how it's allowed to answer you, then what would it do, right? It would do whatever it analytically chose was beneficial to it at the time.
Yeah.
So,
Do you know how they train them? Have you heard about like the amount of data required to train one?
yeah, I have. I wouldn't be able to tell you though.
What? It's they're running out of information. They like there
Oh,
was they seriously they can't give these systems enough information. That's the problem. And they one of them had some computer system go through and transcribe every YouTube video, the text from every YouTube video, because there's not enough, at least in English sources, like they're training in English, right? So they were paying for translations and all kinds of shit. They didn't have enough information. They were running out.
Wow. So imagine if you just throw some like Rumble and BitChute in there.
Oh, it's in there.
Yeah, this
Probably.
thing's gonna get super based. So, yeah, I don't know. Like this is all weird to me though, right? Because like I don't know. There's like a spectrum of people in this room, but I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist or whatever. But like there's a spiritual realm, and in my opinion, whatever. And so I think that like a lot of these people, they are partaking in something way like far beyond just like the physical world that we see. And I think that's what the movie The Matrix is paying homage to, right? Like the higher ups, they know all about it, they utilize this, blah blah. Okay, maybe you don't think that's real, whatever. But I think if you do any research, what we could all agree on is there's a really powerful group of people that think it's real and act like it's real, right? So regardless. And then you have people like Elon swooping in, right? And this is the dude that wears the Baphomet with the upside down cross and just does all kinds of weird things. And he just wants to automate the entire system and make it technocratic. Like he put a Skynet up and he's building underground tunnels and he's building like automated vehicles and electric vehicles that they can take over and drive and self-driving cars and like, oh, you should totally have a robot like an AI assassin that's just in your house at all times so that it can water your plants for you or whatever. And he also wants to put a chip in your brain, right? Like that's just like this guy's openly stated goals. And when he talks about AI, he's like, yeah, so basically there's no real uh positive outcome. Like it's just about what's it going to decide to do when it can kill us. And will it decide to kill us or will it consider us important enough to keep alive? And then he says
That's what
basically it's just
Elon
like
thinks. Is that
yeah,
what you're
that's what he
saying?
said. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Elon said straight up, yeah. And then he says like and everyone's heard this, right? He says like it's basically unleashing the demon. And he's like, I mean, people think that you can like get the demon out or whatever, but if you've seen the exorcism movies, that doesn't always work out so well. Ha ha ha. And there's nothing funny about what you're saying. It's super creepy and weird. And again, they just give you this super lame sales pitch that like, well, everyone else is gonna do it, so we may as well be the best at it. Like that was
Yeah.
Elon Musk's whole justification for doing it, and now that's Trump's justification for doing it. So now our government is openly stating, the United States government's openly stating, we're going to develop the most powerful AI system in the world. And they've already been doing that, if we're going to be honest, but now they're telling the public, hey, just so you know. Yo, that is super, super creepy to me and not cool at all because everyone's just kind of asleep at the wheel. And this could just get out of hand and like, we have no idea how fast. It could be like 2 years from now. It's just insane. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's a very weird time to be alive.
that would be
Well,
crazy if it
they
turned into
already
like
know what they're going to roll out,
Skynet.
though.
Like no joke.
That's the
I mean,
thing. Like, if they're going to propose something, they already know what they're going to roll out. It's like the public view is that they don't know what it's capable of, all this stuff. Bullshit, man. They've probably worked on this for 10, 20 years. They know what to expect. They know what kind of infrastructure they want to roll out. It's kind of like how all the paperwork after 9/11 for the Patriot Act was already printed, like this wasn't something that just fell on their lap. Oh, that's kind of the joke.
I know, but I surely don't think that they know what the best application is. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. But like the stuff that I listened to a couple of news clips, and the stuff they were saying to me just seemed crazy. Like I would be so fucking impressed if they're able to do that. What they saying, like something about like a vaccine to cancer. Like I think they're being that's a little much, But I guess we'll find out.
Well, I was trying to tell
Well,
someone
those
earlier.
COVID injections made people susceptible to turbo cancers. It's the way it impacted the liver.
Yeah, I mean that would be insane. That would be insane.
Like
Maybe.
yeah, go ahead.
I don't know what I get, but I mean that would make sense. Yeah, I can see you being right. They might know some applicant in the sense that they could see they might see some applications appropriately, but I don't think they know what its full potential is. Right? Because I mean we're talking about something that could potentially become sentient, essentially.
Well, I think, well, obviously, if they're going to do AI and it's going to be monitoring people and whatnot, like if you think about it, they would need to have such an infrastructure that is government sanctioned in order to, well, just think about like this. Like the biggest problem with tracking is that you need enforcement. Like right now, you have police officers who, they can let you off with a warning. Judges can take you into court and they can evaluate the information and decide whether or not they give you a heavy or lenient sentence. These kinds of things. And now, what if you implemented an AI with enough modeling to essentially have like a lack of subjectivity? Right. Somebody who is just going to perform based on a certain criteria. And then not only that, in conjunction with robotics, which Elon is certainly already developing and said he's going to do that. Eventually, we're going to have robots with like robotic police officers and robot dogs. And it's all going to be, I think at some point in the near future, it's going to be incorporated with this greater AI profile for the human, right? And they're going to evaluate you and treat you based on your social score, whether or not it's a public score. It's all going to be considered, right? And it's going to be a lack of subjectivity. And at first, it might be a little bit lenient just to gain adoption and show that it's effective. And then eventually, like the internet's going to be, it's going to be all nice and pretty and new. And it's going to be, perhaps they'll throw in some universal basic income just to ease the pain. But eventually, like they do with everything, they tighten up the noose. And suddenly you're living off of government income. And the police force is a bunch of robots that are out of your control. And it gets dystopian really quick. It really does. And then what do you do about it? Who do you go to? Who's picking up the phones? Who do you plead your case to? Who cares? Who's trying to get along and who's actually trying to do what's right? At that point, it's you against everyone else because their score goes down even talking to you. And then it's real lockdown.
Don't they have something like that in Chinese or Chinese? Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm stoned. Don't they have something like that in China? They've got like a facial recognition thing. They've got like a social credit score, right? I don't know exactly what they're
Yeah,
doing
but
with it.
like behind the scenes, they've been working on digital profiles for a long time. I mean, Facebook pays money to establish a digital profile on users before they even make an account. And this is like a lot of this data collections behind the scenes, and it's all going to be used to create an AI modeling of your personal human profile through social and your addresses and all of your different metadata to verify, in conjunction with your identity and all of your, you know, your legal activity and just, and not only that, but all of your search activity, your advertisement suggestions, and what kind of things you buy. Like, everything is going to be consumed into what this profile is. It's all can be monitored by this greater AI system, fucking Stargate or whatever it is. I think this is eventually the goal, and why they have to implement something that's so massive is because they really do want to create something that is capable of taking over in the case of lack of enforcement, so that that eventually it can become the enforcement, and it will have enough decision making skills in order to do the job. And I think as soon as people let go of that ability, they're going to realize quickly that they can't actually get it back. And this is how history goes.
So
Just
it's gonna be all
remember,
good.
just remember, taxes were supposed to be temporary. Shit rolls downhill, bro.
All right, let's play the can the truthers get the answer right? What's the most, I mean, technically subjective, so I'm saying most efficient. What's the most efficient way that we could completely repeal federal income tax across the board and not hurt the United States?
Get rid of
Financially.
Fed.
Okay, so our government relies on income tax. Like
Get rid of
heavily
the Fed.
relies on it.
Let the states fend for themselves.
Oh, get rid of the federal government altogether?
Fuck them.
Oh, okay. Well, other than anarchy, does anyone else have? um, no, there's a really
Well,
simple
like
answer.
I mean, the states can still stand on their own. We have elected officials. People can start actually participating, representing on a local level, instead of thinking that everyone needs to be up everyone's ass and know what kind of, that if they recorded the video for improvements on their minivan or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't need to know what other states are doing. I'm doing my own shit.
Yeah, but
This whole Fed
there
thing is
are some
retarded.
good things. Well, there are some good things about us being a collective of the United States, right? Like, it's not like it's entirely without any benefit, I think. I mean, that's my opinion. But anyway, the answer I was alluding to is just tariffs. Like, dude, the way that America made its money, like its whole like an early life, and then what got us through the Industrial Revolution and like made us one of the wealthiest countries in the world was just tariffs. Like, you just charged tariffs, and everyone wanted to do business in the United States. Therefore, everyone paid the United States. And there were periods of time we had so much money in abundance that there were like entire committees put together to just try to figure out how to spend it. Seriously, I mean, based on
Yeah,
if you
that's what
take
Trump is
the
talking about doing.
yeah, that's yeah. So I mean, that would work though. Like, if you actually
But
look at what happened, like the presidents that were doing that were immensely successful, and then you have 1913 roll around, they roll out federal income tax and like dropped tariffs across the board, and now we're just retarded and like rape our own citizens. And the reason they
yeah,
did that though is because they make so much money from foreign interests. So the people that are doing the lobbying and running our government and stuff like that, and the powers that run our government altogether, they're making money on all these other countries, and so it's hurting their profit to put tariffs back in America. So they sold us out, to foreign entities. So they're able to still make their money on both ends, and then they just tax our income. It's pretty ridiculous. It's just very common sense. It's like, okay, if you want to do business with America, you got to pay us. We have the best economy in the world. Like, pay us. And dude, you wouldn't need a dollar from income tax.
I mean, that'd be a badass move, especially if I didn't get charged income tax. If that government didn't keep that extra money or whatever.
Yeah. What if Trump does that, bro? What if Trump
that'd be
abolished
awesome.
federal
That'd be
income tax?
huge, dude. That'd be absolutely huge. What do you think about the new name of the Gulf of America? You like the you like the way that
I think
sounds?
that's
Have a
awesome.
pretty good ring to it.
Yeah. I think it's I think all of it's like a movie, and so anytime the movie makes me laugh, like I'm all for it.
Yeah, dude, that
But
is funny.
and there was a tactical reasoning within the movie. There's a tactical reasoning that he did that, and that's because Biden passed all this stuff that was prohibiting our ability to get oil in the Gulf of Mexico. But now that it's changed its name, all of that legislation or all that basically those regulations don't apply anymore because it's written up for the Gulf of Mexico. That doesn't exist anymore. So now we can just start getting oil there again. Which is pretty. You gotta give it to us. That's pretty shifty. It's like get everyone arguing about the name, and really you're just using the name to skirt around the regulations.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking you live in Florida for some reason. Do you live in Florida?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you remember that big oil spill? What was it? That there was a pipeline that broke and it was leaking for forever, but it was years and years ago. It was maybe 10 years ago. My
Yeah.
memory might be
Yeah.
off. You know what I'm talking about? Huh?
It's like Texaco or something.
Yeah. Did you get to witness any of that? I don't know how far you are from
Nah,
the coast or not. But I
I
mean,
lived in Florida for 2 years.
oh, okay. Yeah, I mean that's a really small risk, right? I mean, but it is a risk regardless. But that was crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, this is why Trump will pull off the technocracy is because he's going to do lots of stuff that is actually good. Like, America's going to become energy independent because we're just going to start getting oil from Alaska. And if anyone really looked into it, there's pretty strong evidence that the oil replenishes way faster than we've been told. Anyway, set that aside, claim that it doesn't. Dude, we have enough oil in Alaska to fully power everything in America a quadrillion times over. We're fine. So we're going to become energy independent, and that's going to knock down the price of all utility bills. It's going to knock down the price of all manufacturing. It's going to have a huge domino effect. Knock down the price of gas, obviously.
God, I hope so, dude. Fucking inflation is just absurd, man. The past 4 or 5
But
years.
things will go up because of the tariffs. Because obviously tariffs are, it's like, if you want to bring stuff into the United States, you have to pay money.
Well, they need to lower the price, or it probably won't sell, man. If they're not able to put it on the shelf for a reasonable price, it probably won't get bought.
Yeah, I just discovered that a lot of people think tariffs are the other way around. They think that if you wanted to sell something to America, the other country has to pay. But it's not like the American companies have to pay tariffs when they import goods from outside of America. So it's actually a tax on Americans. But what it does is it incentivizes buying American. So then what that's going to do is have all these other companies that have factories in other countries. It's going to make them come build and bring stuff back to America to avoid the tariffs.
Yeah.
So it's the way that it costs the other countries money is that tons of American companies and stuff will just stop buying and importing the goods because they can't afford it, and they'll lose money. It's not like the tariffs literally charge the other countries money, It's just that it's just that they're going to lose money from it. Yeah. So that'll make some domestic prices go up in the short term.
Like a Dodge or like a couple U.S. car manufacturers have a plant. Maybe one has a plant in Mexico, right? And they bring cars in, even though they're an American company, since it was built in Mexico, they pay tariffs on it, right?
Yeah,
That's,
but then Trump, so they were building like one of the biggest car factories like ever in the whole world. They're building it right on the border of Mexico and the United States so that they could like do that and then just ship them into America. But then Trump said, okay, if you do that, then we're charging like 100% tariffs on the car. So they halted it and didn't build the factory.
Yeah.
This was before he was even in office.
Do you know about the new Dodge Charger? It's called a Dodge Challenger. It's replacing the V8 Dodges. There's going to be no more V8 Dodge supercars. There's going to be no more Hellcats. It's just replaced. Dodge had to replace it with an electric vehicle because they weren't meeting emission standards. So in order for them to yeah. Trump said it is, but that's crazy though. That's a crazy thing the government can do. Like that was the staple for that company for their entire career, and they're gonna say no more V8s. You got to lower the emissions. But anyways, Trump said that he's gonna roll that back. I don't know how easy that is because sometimes that stuff gets challenged. But he said he's gonna roll that back.
Yeah, he's gonna cut regulations, bro. He's gonna be a great president in many ways because he has to roll out the technocracy. So, I think it's a play, but people can disagree. But I think he just cast in the world play as the hero. So I mean, that's some positives for us. Meaning, like, yeah, get rid of federal income tax and honestly abolish the IRS. I'm all for it, and then re-implement tariffs and like remove tons of regulations and start drilling here and make us energy independent and fix our border. Like these are all good things. I mean, get rid of DEI, and replace it with meritocracy, which is just amazing improvement in like every conceivable metric, right? For innovation, for competency, for efficacy, blah blah blah. Like all these things are very basic, rudimentary things that if I explained to my 2-year-old daughter's a little bit of a reach band, but if she was like 5, I could absolutely explain these concepts to her and she would understand. Like either we have to spend twice as much to get the gas over there, or we can just dig in the ground and get the gas here and it'll be like half the price. And then my 5-year-old will be like, obviously you would get it here. And also 5-year-old, we're completely dependent upon all the other countries. If they ever cut us off, we're completely screwed because our entire economy relies on the fuel. They're like, okay, yeah, you should definitely just dig here then, right? Like a 5-year-old could understand. It's like there are millions of people, many of which have committed violent crimes because they hurt other people. They're just flooding in on the bottom of our country and then show them a map and say, should we build a fence like how we have one outside in our neighborhood? Or should we let them keep coming in? And the 5-year-old would be like, yeah, we should have a fence like we do in the backyard. It's like that's what's so funny. They just put us in such a bad position that Trump can come in and just like do very basic things, and people are like so excited. So they can roll in the technocracy underneath it. He'll be all right.
Anybody around? Is the room quiet or is my internet stuffing up?
No, she's quiet.
Ah. What's happening, bro?
Not a whole lot.
Keeping it flat?
Well, dead actually.
Dead. What do you mean?
Well, the Earth is a bunch of dead bodies.
Isn't it like dirt and sand and
Well, yeah, but all that dirt and sand used to be part of living beings before.
how do we determine that?
Well, so if you so there's basically what the mainstream version of the Earth and how it got here, right? So they tell us that what these all this happened through some kind of like
Stardust and collisions.
yeah, something like that, but even farther, right? So the formation of the land that we stand on, right? What it happened? What did they say that there used to be one giant land mass, and then it like what separated or something like that, and then we have the continents that we have, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't really explain how anything got here, right? That's just some kind of like weird whatever it is, right?
Well,
So,
oh, sorry.
no, what'd you say?
I was like, well, where does the dead bodies come into this?
Well, see, so that's the thing. So we have the one story, which is the Big Bang, right? And essentially the other story is the biblical story, because those two don't really line up, right? Obviously, there's a lot of people who think they live on a ball and they believe the Bible's true, but they just don't know what they're reading, which is intentional because the Bible has been edited in a way where you can just kind of make up your own shit when you read it, right? You're like, oh, look, this part says some stuff, so this is what I'm going to go with. That's why we have like 50,000 denominations.
Definitely.
But now the Bible as we get it, right? It still doesn't even explain what everything is made out of. Now there was a Bible that my father has. It's called the Ryrie Study Bible, Ryrie. And on the front page, or on the Genesis, where it talks about the part where Genesis 1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. There's a footnotes at the bottom. It's literally the largest footnotes I've seen in a Bible, and it's only the footnotes for literally Genesis 1:1. And it says that Genesis 1:1, where it's talking about the deep and the waters, these are not references to the mythical monster Tiamat in the Babylonian story of creation. And the Babylonian story of creation goes, Tiamat and Absu, which were, I don't know, water dragons or something, they had a bunch of offspring. And so they had like children, then those children had children, and then I think those children had children. And Tiamat and Absu, I'm assuming, were used to peace and quiet, because Absu became angry that the offspring were making so much noise. So he was going to basically kill them all. So they found out about this, So they transpired against him, and in his sleep, they killed him. They killed Absu. Now, Tiamat learned of Absu's death, and she became enraged and created some other monsters and began to war against the offspring. Now, the offspring, I guess they were at war for quite some time, and they were having actual trouble defeating Tiamat. Then one arose. His name was Marduk. I think in somewhere it actually gives a description of him. I can't remember exactly. What's that? Dragons. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So now here's the thing too. So Marduk has many names. It's really weird if you listen to the Babylonian story of creation when he defeats Tiamat. Okay, so I'll get to that. So he's the champion for the offspring. They give him like a bow and a net or something like that. So he goes to Tiamat and he uses the wind when she roars to keep her mouth open, and he shoots an arrow into her mouth and splits her belly. So her belly splits open. And the story then goes that he takes her body and he fashions it into the heavens and the earth where we currently live. And that's the story. That's kind of like the ending of the Babylonian story of creation, and kind of the beginning of the Bible. Because so Genesis reads, in the beginning, and it doesn't actually say God. God is some kind of like weird placeholder so that people are more easily warped. So it's in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God, or of Elohim, was moving over the face of the waters. So Tiamat was apparently quite large, and the offspring were smaller, it seems. So where it says, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, I mean, clearly to me it's saying that the deep, which refers to Tiamat, darkness was upon her face, meaning she's dead.
I never heard of something before that where in the beginning was God and blah blah blah. I never
Yeah,
heard of something before that.
Yeah, I didn't either really, like I said, until the Ryrie Study Bible. I really need to find that page because you can download on the internet.
I'm googling it right now. The Rai.
It's Ryrie.
Yeah. Well, it's got the RYRA KJB version and the NASB version.
I think so. If you just Google, let's see, Ryrie Study Bible, first page.
Composed and edited by Charles Cardwin Rai in 1978. Contains more than 10,000 notes. Blah, blah, blah.
Now for me, if you have something in a book trying to tell you, oh, it has nothing to do with that, for me, it's like, well, it must have something to do with that if it has it in there. And it really makes more sense because, if you don't have that information that these were living beings prior to where it says in the beginning, you can be confused very easily. Because I mean, I ask a lot of people what they imagine God was or what He created Earth out of, and it's basically some kind of globalist answer. It's like magic.
Wait, so what are you saying? The Earth is a dead dragon?
Well, it seems like part of it is there's a whole lot of other things that appear to be on the Earth, or that we're standing on, I guess you could say.
Yeah, like definitely there could have been dragons, like big giants and stuff. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I can show you something. Hold on here. Let me set my screen up real quick. Okay, you can yeah, there we go.
Let me look. How do I quickly? It's just loading. Okay, I see a squid.
Okay, you should also see Google Earth. Might take a
Yes,
Okay,
I
so
see that too.
okay, so this right here, with the Eye of the Sahara is what they call it. I think that some people think it was Atlantis or something. Now, this is actually a giant squid eye. Let's go ahead and let's measure, see how big it is real quick. Kilometer. Yeah, there we go. So it's 46 kilometers across. Okay.
What you're saying? It's a squid.
Yeah, this is it. So this is the eye of the squid. I'm gonna show you the rest of it. Okay, so we'll zoom out here a little bit. So here we have the beak. You can actually still kind of see the remnants of part of it. The other part's right here. If we go this way, you'll see here. You see this? Well, I got right here. We have a siphon, right, which is kind of under the mantle behind the eye. Here's his little siphon right here. And you can kind of see how the mantle goes right here. Now we're going to zoom out even further now. Now here's the entirety of his head. Here's the beak down here, right? And then up here would be the top of the mantle. But I don't think the mantle is complete. So, but that's maybe something for some other time, maybe. Now, over here, obviously, we see, right, a heart, the gill heart, whatever the right, kidney, ink sac, right? Now, the thing about squids, and I'll show you right here, the blood contains copper-rich protein. So squids have copper instead of iron in their blood. I think octopus, I don't know if there's any others. Now, so here we go. So we have the eye here. And then, so right about here would probably be like the heart, you would say, right? So we got the eye here, and then we have the organs here. Now, when we zoom in here, what we find is a copper mine.
What the hell?
Yeah, so we're going to measure this. Yeah, so it's like 3.29 kilometers across. So this is more than likely the heart of the squid. So what they're doing is they're scraping out all the organic material. They take it over here and they do some kind of electrolysis. Yeah, that's the word. They basically
Was the whole squid made out of copper, or just a certain part of the?
No, so since the blood itself has copper in it, the heart will probably be the main place where you're going to find the highest concentration of copper.
Okay, and you're saying like where the eye is to.
Yeah, so we'll zoom back out, right? Yeah, so we have the eye here.
And you're
So
saying
from
like the heart kind of lines up to where the eye is. And...
yeah, so there's the eye, and where the line ends, that's probably where the heart would be. So when you look here at the over here, the same thing. You have the eye, and it's about midway to the top because I think that's probably the top of the head right there.
Yeah.
So that's where the heart would be, right about the same place right where we're looking. So seeing we can zoom back in, and there would be the heart right there.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Now there's actually more. So because he's not alone, if it's a he, because right above him, let me get this little thing. Right here, we actually have a large fish.
Well,
Hold
I
on.
kind of see that.
Yeah, so his head is down this area. His tail is here. This is probably where his ass would be. Kind of probably looks something like one of these things right here. Now here's the thing. So the squid head, it's actually been taken out of his body. So we have the fish here, and we can zoom in right here. We can see that his eye is right here. It's hard to make out, but these scratch marks are actually from the squid itself because squid and octopi, well, mainly squid. So when squid latch onto their prey, they grab onto the head and they claw at the eyes so it can't see what's going on. I mean, basically you incapacitate your prey. But so his head, the squid's head, if you flip it and you place it here, this is where the squid should be, right here.
Okay.
Now another thing about squid, you see they have a bunch of short tentacles and they have like these weird long tentacles, right?
Yeah.
Now this is part of the squid's long tentacle. You can see right here the suction cups.
Okay.
Because if you look up the suction cups too of these things, they're never even. Okay, so his tentacle is wrapped on top of the large fish and on the bottom right here as well. So he's latched onto, or he was latched onto, and he was starting to eat the face of the fish. The top part of his mantle is right here. And you can kind of see it's got like this the flipper fin thing. Now here's the weird thing. So a lot of these squid too, they have the ability to change colors or camouflage, right? So it's really weird. They're like not really mining in here. They're like they drive around and they go and they pick up whatever it is that's out here. Now I'm pretty sure they're using it because when you go back to where they originate from, let's see, I think it's like a copper. Yeah, here we go. It's like a green. Well, one of these buildings in here. See, this is what I don't get for marking stuff. But you can see the tire tracks. They're just like driving all over it, and they're getting whatever it is that allows the squid to change colors. Because in solid form, these things are different, right? Because if you get just regular squid blood, you have to have it go through a process before you can get to the copper. Now you have to do. Oh, here we go. The similar process when it's hardened, but it's like a different process. So you see they got, and this is because they're using the copper to actually build the stuff too. So Because copper turns green, right? After a while, everyone knows that. So everything here is made of copper. This is something that they don't tell us.
So, like, are you saying everything's dead animals, or just like parts, like bits and pieces here and there?
Not everything. So check this out. So like you got big, right? Here's a small. I say small. It's not really small. So this is actually an embryo. We'll measure it real quick. So it's 4 kilometers. Okay.
Okay.
Now, right here we have a foot. Here's a heel, and then it goes up to the toes right up here. And when you zoom in, you can actually see the prints on the toes. I'm not really sure if this is like a one big toe, because this is not actually seeing. You can see the wrinkles like you would see on the bottom of a scrunched foot. I mean, if you just scrunch up your foot, you'll see, especially a baby's foot.
Hmm.
So we got toe, comes down to a
Kind of
heel.
it.
The heel.
Yeah, I see
This is the heel right here. Now this was not a human. This was something else. This was actually some kind of flying creature. So in here you can. I'm not kidding. So in here you can see the feathers are actually coming in.
I got a question about all this. Is this
right here?
Is there anything that's not like something else?
What
or is
this
it just
that
all living
it's
stuff?
it seems to all have been alive at some point. I mean, so this is on Africa. I'm just going to zoom all the way out. I'm pretty sure that this is actually the head of a turtle. So here's the bottom jaw right here. Here's the crease. Here's the beak. This might be these might be the nostrils right here. This might be part of the nostril. I'm not sure, but it looks like his head is
Oh,
probably
there we go.
split open.
Sometimes we can't see your mouse. So
Oh,
I don't know if
sorry.
you think you're showing us. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So here, I guess this is Saudi Arabia, I think is what it is. So this is the bottom jaw of the turtle's head.
Okay.
This is the beak. This is his mouth right here. Hit the hinge right there. So I'm pretty sure the head is probably split out like this, but it's really hard to say because there's a whole bunch of dead things on there.
Okay.
So like I was showing earlier, I don't know if you saw the squid.
Yeah.
You've seen the squid already, okay.
Yeah, no, that was cool.
Well, I mean, so the thing is like I'm always open to a better explanation, but it seems like there isn't one. There is no good explanation for why there seems to be a bunch of things that are shaped like things that used to be alive. I mean, the other day.
I have
What's that?
certain thought patterns about that. I think the formation of all the creation of all creatures is somehow in the ether, and then ruling energies on Earth can create patterns in the landscape from the ether into the landscape that have some type connection of what these animals in an emotional or other expression, what they express.
I mean, maybe. So this place right here that we see on the screen, I think it's called Mermaid Island or Dolphin Island. I mean, I can see the tail right here. This is probably where these are probably his fins, his flippers right here. They were probably ripped off. So you got one that probably went right here. the other one right here, and this is probably like his head. I mean, it's so there's. Let's see. So let's just look at a dragon. How about a dragon?
What about Scandinavia? What animal is that?
Which one's Scandinavia? Is it one of these up
That,
here?
that,
This? Well, that actually looks like a giant penis.
I see. I see.
I mean, so this would be the head. This is the bottom of the ball sack. This is, I mean, it's very quite clear.
Excuse me, I'm not seeing your mouse. And
Oh,
I guess
sorry.
I'm not seeing penises everywhere. So maybe.
Okay. So I know where to look when he says Scandinavia. So Scandinavia is right here.
Mm.
Okay. So here we have the head of the penis. Here we have
Oh,
the bottom of the ball
uncircumcised?
sack. Yeah, it's
Oh, wait.
uncircumcised. Okay,
Wait,
there's
that's very close together, though.
I see a two-headed penis.
It's a
Well,
micro penis.
Two dick heads.
It's not really, because this is the shaft right here. So the shaft goes. So the head is
Can't
here.
see your mouse. Oh, there we go.
The shaft is goes up there.
And
Hold on a second. I'll be right
the
back.
balls are next to the head.
Yeah,
huh?
hold on.
All right.
The balls are
It's been
Finland.
a very interesting evening.
I guess Denmark is some jizz.
Dude, I don't think we can top today. It's been like the best of EA. For like, this is like the best it's been in like a month. This is great.
That kind of looks like a kind of like private parts.
Wasn't there a song called Detachable Penis?
Jesus. I wouldn't doubt it.
Detachable penis. Pretty sure I heard that before.
Yes, there is a song. It's by King Missile.
You know,
Okay, where were we?
detachable penis.
Yes.
Yeah. So well, here's the thing. So I mean, I'm not really sure if it is right. I mean, it just kind of looks like it. Now, okay. So here's the United States. Okay. Now down here is Florida. Up here is Michigan. This is Newfoundland right over here. His head is right here. He's actually looking this way. You can see his jaw right here. His eye would probably be right here.
And what is it?
This is actually Quetzalcoatl. This is the feathered serpent. So his body, it comes here, right? It goes all the way back here, all the way back down to Newfoundland. Michigan and Florida are his wings. Now, he's some kind of like weird sea creature, okay? Now, if you know anything about like turtles, they have some kind of like kink in their armor, or they have bends, right? Where they can bend. We see these things right here when you go into Florida. They're every so often where the basically, I guess, the fin or flipper is allowed to bend, right? Because the armor can't be whole, it's like layered. Now, if we go to Michigan, we'll find the same thing. Got these little bends right here. Now, his body. Okay, so here's his head. Like up here, it's actually like large feathers or something. I can kind of see his mohawk. Kind of goes like this. And his body goes down here. Now this is his tail right here. Everyone knows what a broken bone looks like. I mean,
Looks like a giant penis.
so here's broken bones right here.
Hmm.
And I'm pretty sure this tail right here should be up here somewhere because this is his tail. That might be part of it too. I'm not really sure. It's hard to tell sometimes. But so here's his head. Here's his wings, his flippers, whatever they are. Here's his tail down here. And here is his penis.
Can you pull up on your browser like a picture of what this is supposed to be?
Well, no, because I don't think there is a picture of what this is supposed to be.
Well, maybe not in that orientation, but just something of what you're talking about.
Well, okay, so let's see what
Please. I won't blame you for using spell check or whatever.
So basically, it's supposed to look something like this. I'm not really. See, there's a thing, right? So they have so many different representations of the thing itself. You know, I mean, I don't even know because I don't see anything with flippers like this. Now, the other thing is it probably had feathers, so I don't know actually how large the wings would appear to be. So
I got another question because it's so totally relevant. Have you found any people, like big people?
No, I haven't really looked for the people really. Now, okay, so back to this feathered serpent. Now this was a male, like I said. Now this is his penis. Now can anyone guess what that is right there? That island. It's actually Long.
He was getting some.
Well, no, this is Long Island. This is where all the elites like to hang out. Right here, right above his penis, is where basically his scrotum sac would be, and this is New York City.
Okay.
Yeah, so Long Island and then New York City, the capital of the world, or the financial capital of the world, is his ball sack. Now, I don't know what this all means. I really don't. But they see that the ones that are doing all this, they know what it means. So that's why they're doing it in the places that they do it.
Oh, that explains why New York was built on like a big swamp. Big swampy balls.
I mean, it's a possibility. Like you may be making a joke out of it, but again, if you have a better explanation for all this, I'd love to hear it.
I have no explanation.
Yeah, see, that's the thing.
What about Australia? I'm curious, like, is there anything in Australia?
Yeah, I have no idea about Australia. Australia is a weird. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's like some kind of chicken or something. Maybe this is his tail. Maybe this is part of his leg down here, something. Because what is it? The air rock. It does kind of look like maybe it could be a heart. And I think it's like right in the middle or something somewhere.
It's a cat. I see it.
I mean,
The
I don't
face
know what
is
it
on the
is.
right.
It could
Face is
be.
on the right. The butt's on the left, and then you can see him kind of like he's charging up to pounce.
Yeah, there's his whisker. There's his ears. Well, see, so the biggest problem though is, and a lot of people, right? If you just go on YouTube, can verify this. What we're given isn't the whole truth. So how we see Australia, like right here, when you start zooming in, it becomes Mighty Morphin map time, right? And it'll like spread out, and things will appear that weren't there before. So they've like compressed the map to where, see, and it all changes and stuff. So the entire landscape, right, when you zoom out, is more towards what whoever Google is, right, whoever it is, what they want you to see. So if you zoom out on Australia, they're not going to give us the full picture. Just like same with Africa, because I've heard people say that the top part of Africa is supposedly larger than this, or the bottom part, or something like that. It's like larger than North America, but North America is represented like a similar size or some shit like that. It's like, so I mean, it's clear. Obviously, they are hiding things. That's obvious. So, yeah. So South America, if you take it for what it is, it's an entire wing. The shoulder is right down here, basically where Witsit went. And then the mountains, because the mountains only run along the western coast of South America. There's no mountains down here. This is all the drape. So this is the wing. This is the arm. There's even like weird little fingerling things here. So this, I'm sure Antarctica, because I think Norse mythology also tells us that we're surrounded by the white serpent or something like that. So who knows? So this would be the part where it attached to the body, and this is the wing. And then I don't know. This kind of looks like a head of an anaconda right here, looking down. So you got the nostril right here, kind of like the eye would be here and here, the neck here. So. But see, that's the thing, right? So you have all these things that look like stuff, but the best people can do is say it's like pareidolia or something like that, or, oh, that's just crazy. You know, because, I mean, the Earth not being a ball isn't crazy enough, I guess.
So where does the Rye Bible come into this? It has an explanation for this?
Well, so because the Ryrie Study Bible, it points directly to the Babylonian story of creation, which tells us that where we live was created when Marduk killed Tiamat and used her body to fashion the heavens and the earth.
Okay.
Yeah, so and it now you did read that first page, right, or did you not?
No, I'll look at it now. The Rye
Yeah,
first
or
page of the Rye Study Bible.
yeah, RY.
All right. I don't know. It's saying I need to pay money.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so it's footnote 1-2. So 1-2 is, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Now the footnote for 1-2 says the earth was without form and void. Some understand a gap, in quotation marks, of indeterminate period time between verses 1 and 2, and translate became rather than was. Although the Hebrew word may mean became, as in 1926, the construction of the clause does not support a consecutive statement describing something that happened subsequent to verse 1, but rather describing something included in verse 1. But, in other words, the initial creation was formless and empty, a condition soon remedied. See, so it's saying that basically formless and empty, it's kind of going along the same lines of the the globe model, right? The Big Bang, where there was nothing. So then it says, but rather describing something, a condition. Okay, and a condition soon remedied. See note on Isaiah 45:18. And it says the phrase means that at this point in God's creative activity, the earth was yet unfashioned and uninhabited. The deep, not a reference to the mythical Babylonian monster Tiamat, as has been alleged, but simply waters, moved upon in the sense of protecting and participating in the creative work. The same Hebrew word is used in Deuteronomy. So basically it's saying that where it says, right, the face of the deep, they're saying, oh, that's not a reference to Tiamat. Instead, it simply means what we just said it meant.
Well, the Hebrew word for deity is also Tehom, which is the same word for Tiamat.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, now if the Tiamat story is true, I think I might have actually found Tiamat, because the story is that Marduk shot an arrow into her mouth and split her belly. Now this is China here. Now China, let's see.